So,
Okay, what
yeah.
happened now? Sassy Sue threw a bomb to her starboard side.
Yep.
And there goes Sacrifice doing the same.
Yep.
So they're setting up now for the approach to the zone marker. And Sacrifice just made a serious loop, a serious
Yeah.
something in that maneuvering when she switched her swinger bomb.
Oh, wow. Yeah, she didn't.
See, now Sassy Sue has to throw her bomb also.
So you need to be very skilled at
See, there
this. And
goes now Sacrifice, just miss it. And now Sassy Sue is going clear. She's not set up properly for the marker. They were dancing too much. And there goes Sassy Sue, and there goes Sacrifice lead.
yep. Sassy Sue now is taking over. It seems like Sacrifice was a little confused as to what they needed,
Right.
to do on that marker.
I don't think
Because-
he was confused. His mind wasn't made up,
Yeah.
because he saw when Sassy Sue threw a bomb. Probably he didn't have to, but he tried to throw his bomb then also and never got things under control.
And therefore, with just that simple mistake,
And that's it.
Sassy Sue is gone. Yeah.
Now, what would be something good? What would be something exciting if you see Sacrifice can reel in Sassy Sue on that? And as they said, no man has never seen it. It could happen.
it could happen. Like I said, in all things, you got to wait until the fat lady sings. You have to know what your boat is doing, your crew. The crew has to be nimble and quick. And you got to make these decisions long before you reach the marker. Don't wait till you get close to the marker, then you're going to decide what you're going to do. That usually ends up in chaos. So you got to make the decision well in advance of the marker. Tell your crew, this is what we're going to do,
So
and this is how we're going to do it.
Sacrifices hit us lull there again now.
Yep.
H2O is hitting it just what Sacrifice does.
Sacrifice is knocked off badly. She's
Sassy Sue's being taken by another bit of wind away from the mark also. Nobody can move in that pocket right there now.
yeah. Pocket in the tide.
It's just
has
a
them.
dead spot. Okay, Sassy Sue's recovering out of it. Sacrifice is still in that dead spot.
That
just
dead
a
spot.
dead spot.
Yeah.
H2's on top of the dead spot. So it's who recovers, who gets out. Sassy Sue's getting out. Now Sacrifice is regaining. Now H2O
Yeah.
is walking right into that calm hole, that calm pocket.
Yeah, Sassy Sue is feeling a little knocked there, but she's well out in front for the time being.
Yep. And there goes Hog just around the marker.
As a result of that attack, Sassy Sue has put quite a bit of distance between ourselves and Sacrifice. Just that one attack.
Yeah, that was a dead spot. Sacrifice is just getting settled now. So now Sassy Sue has recovered. But as we look at it, Sacrifice seems to be sitting a bit higher than Sassy Sue, but Sassy Sue is reaching out a bit. Sacrifice wants to reach out a bit also.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to H2O. She was sailing very good, very close to Sacrifice, and
Yes.
all of a sudden she's dropped quite a bit.
Okay, and Sassy Sue is now putting Sacrifice, rocking her to sleep. I would not say adrift, rocking her to sleep. As he's pushing her right underneath, quite away under her lee,
Right.
her lee side. And we will not forget the other boats that are approaching the marker. Well, let's see how that lineup looks. It should be King and Knights.
Yep.
King and Knights. Then you have Cobra. And that should be Sweet Island Gal. Benson Sally. Well, they're making their approach. And we thought those first four boats were exciting at this marker. Let's watch the second team, the second crew as they come to see how they're going to handle this.
Sacrifice looks like she's spreading off away from the marker, but
there goes King of Knights. King of Knights maneuvered it very well. She handled it very well.
yeah, and people should be aware of the fact that driving these boats in any kind of weather is not easy. You have to know what you're doing, because if you don't,
Okay,
you'll end
now
up underwater.
Hogdust is going to try that strategy again. Hogdust laid back. She wants to make that run again, but at a higher pitch. But she was so successful on the first lap. So that was Hogdust heading way back up Fox Hill Creek.
Well, if you take a particular course on the first lap, you should follow through on it, because it had an advantage for Hog Tuss. So it makes sense for her to go back on that same, lane or roadway back to the windward marker.
And I think he's making this move also because the other three boats were really dropping up quickly.
Yep.
And Sassy Sue is really putting a number on H2O and Sacrifice.
Right. Well, the closest boat to Sassy Sue right now is Sassy Sue is Sacrifice, and right now Sassy Sue has Sacrifice under its wing and controlling the race right now.
The closest one, Sassy Sue now would be it's very tight because H2O seems to be on top of Sacrifice a bit. Even though she is trailing, she seems to be on top of splitting them. Sacrifice is really getting knocked off. And not forgetting, we still have 2 more vessels to come through the line, come around this home marker. And what's going on the committee boat really make a quick adjustment. They moved the marker further out.
Yeah.
So that's why we have that smooth transition now for the remainder. But it's
Remainder
very
of the
challenging for those 3 lead boats.
Down there, right? It's very tough for those 3 lead boats, and luckily they had the experience to maneuver and get out of there.
Right.
Yeah. So congratulations to the committee boats for
making
knowing
that adjustment, right.
issue and making that adjustment, because she could have very well having some collision right in that area there.
Sweet Island Gal rounds the marker. And for Sassy Sue to come. If you look towards that marker, they're heading up towards the little wind marker. You wonder how come Sassy Sue is so high. I'm going to say high, I mean, is sitting quite a distance on the starboard of the other boats.
Sacrifice. Yeah.
Compared to Sacrifice and H2O, who are being literally knocked off into Dodom Cut.
Yeah. Well, that tells you one thing. That Sassy Sue is winning very powerfully. And she's not getting any knockoff, and she's continuing on her pathway while the other boats are drifting off the marker here a little bit. But Sassy Sue's winning and reaching and staying strong towards that marker up there. She's not losing any ground at all. So that
she's really working it out there because she's high. Right?
She's very high. Yeah. I think this boat there, I'm trying to make out the number trying to get on the better Sacrifice there.
That's H2O.
That's H2O. But
yeah.
She's
dancing too.
Yeah. She's doing some work, but she's still behind, Bearing in mind that Hog Tuss had the 3rd position. I've been seeing Hog Tuss.
Sassy Sue made attack, and that should be marker now because she's well out to sea.
Oh, yeah. Well ahead of these boats right now. She's increasing her lead over the remainder of the fleet. Sassy Sue.
For the persons on the shoreline, the only boat that's heading, we would call that south. That's the Sassy Sue all the way out to sea. She's going towards the marker. Sacrifice and H2O are the ones towards Athol Island, still being knocked off into that cove. And that's the approach they need to make. And I think the committee made a good shot because this home marker, they had to adjust it quickly and move there. So that marker has been adjusted also. You remember it was already in the cove? Yeah. So they're doing their work.
Yeah, get it out of the cove makes it much easier for the boats to maneuver in that area.
Sassy Sue is about to make the approach to the marker. So that's been with marker, and nobody else has yet made a healthy turn to show intent of going to that marker. So that's the distance or the separation that has been created.
By Sassy Sue.
And Sassy Sue within 4 seconds will be around.
Yeah, there she goes. She's around.
She's around. And I see no one.
And the way the marker is set up, when she came around, that she's not losing any headway at all.
No, he did not.
She's just continued to sail powerfully out there. So Sassy Sue, right now has this race under her, control. So let's see. I always like to say, it's ain't over until the fat lady sings. But
okay, the second boat is coming across now. That should be Sacrifice.
I think there's some issue with the Cobra 2. They're having some issues with their sail.
Yes.
The sail is not completely up.
Yes, Cobra 2 is experiencing a little technical difficulty. As H2O and Sacrifice continue, the battle continues between those two. Coming across, and for your views from the shoreline, the second boat coming across from Athol Island will be the Sacrifice, a bit on the wind of H2O. They're close to each other, but they're in not striking range of Sassy Sue, who has really, really extended the lead.
Yeah, she's extended the lead. She has a big, big lead right now. But ladies and gentlemen, the first, the lead boats are Sassy Sue, Sacrifice, and H2O. But Sassy Sue, the sheep today, is really, really running hard.
Well, I see Cobra looking like that, but I don't see any activity on the deck of adjusting.
Yeah, I don't see any adjustment being made by Cobra, so I don't know what's going on. Whether she's broken a rigging or something, they're obviously trying to get it fixed. The sail is still up, and she's just basically drifting. I don't know what's going on with Cobra 2. She's not doing anything at all.
Right. Well, Hall just wanted to mount a challenge to cut off Sacrifice and H2O, but I don't think the calculations will be right this time. And when I said I'm speaking about the second and third boat that's heading south towards the Foxhill Creek,
Yeah.
that will be Sacrifice and H2O. And if you look all the way in the front of that big yacht all the way out there, you'd see Haltus plowing away out there, but I think she's going to be cut off by those two boats. And Sacrifice is creating separation between she and H2O.
H2O, yeah. Well, folks, what started off as a very competitive race is now looking to be a blowout by Sassy Sue right now, unless something changes in the interim. She's just running wild here in Montague Bay, Sassy Sue. The sheep is running wild in Montague Bay.
Yep, H2O did cut Haltus. So they're in the same order, Sassy Sue, time, Sacrifice, H2O. Cobra has dropped sail.
Yeah, she's been having some technical difficulties out there for a long time, so they'll probably not be able to fix what is broken or whatever the case may be. Well, we don't like to see that, but these things happen.
Right. And Sassy Sue is making an approach to the marker off Foxhill Creek. So that is a commanding lead that she has.
Yeah, she has a big lead on that lap after she passed that marker there. She just stretched it out more.
And Sassy Sue sees that Cobra has dropped the sail, so Sassy Sue has put on a bit of engine now to quickly overtake that.
There she goes.
In the counting.
Yes, Sassy Sue is coming around the marker.
Yeah, Sassy Sue is around.
And she should be coming home to the home stretch, I would think.
Right.
On this that marker there.
Right, and Sacrifice is really stretching out on H2O. So H2O seems as though she's just settling herself in that third spot.
Yeah.
Because Sacrifice is really working on every cylinder. The reach, the lay, the point, the bed. She's reaching on every cylinder. So when the boat is doing on those four, just as well as you are, it's only very hard to catch him if he has that type of lead.
Yeah, that big lead is, really hard to catch up. Yeah, so.
That's 1, 2, 3. Let's see if we can pick out a four. Let's take a risk and see the four boat. That would be Sweet Island Gal. It won't be Sweet Island Gal. Hog Dust just around the marker, just around that marker now, going into Foxhole Creek.
Foxhole Creek.
So she'll be the fourth, followed by Sweet Island Gal. Followed by King and Knights. So Sweet Island Gal still making way up. She's by Cobra, who's disabled, going up. So at my correction there, you have Hog Tuss, King and Knights, and then Sweet Island Gal getting ready to lay back sometime. She's taking a big knock off. Then she'll be going around the marker.
Right, yeah. I think.
And as I said, remember,
has one over there in the back.
I said that Cobra experienced a technical difficulty, so our sails are down.
Yeah. Yeah, her sails are down, so she's been struggling for a little while.
So I think the committee boat is making an approach now to her to see what's going on. As the second place boat Sacrifice is now rounding the marker up there into the creek, coming on the bed for the home marker. I would say for that distance, she's running well, so it's a comfortable little lead that she has on H2O. So those three boats may be cemented in those positions for the rest of this race.
Yep. Well, the Sassy Sue is just taking it easy and coming in based upon the lead she's put on the rest of the boats.
And it would be a big thing if you see Hog just finishes race 4. I'll have to face some music from some Bucktown people. So,
Hog is sailing for the Berry, the Berry Islands.
Yeah, that crew, those people, that old crew, Rick Taylor and that crew.
Yeah, Rick Taylor and those, and Iron and those.
Right, and pressing Hog Tuss is King and Knights. They're two going over. And that'll be Sansali still going across to that windward marker. Sansali and Sweet Island Gal. So King and Knights and Hog Tuss are the other two that'll be going up into Foxhole Creek at this time. Nobody else is on that lay at this time.
Yeah. But, the Bucktown boys should know that Hog Tuss is doing certainly much better than yesterday. So she's doing a little better than what she did the first 2 days. So that's comforting to know.
And Sansali was just thinking they stood a chance of beating Sweet Island Gal to the marker, then Sweet Island Gal attack to come to the marker. But I hope it didn't dash their hopes. Now Sweet Island Gal all the way up there, coming back across now.
Well, it's been an exciting race when it started. Once the boat separated, Sassy Sue took a commanding lead and kept it straight throughout the race. Right.
There were two shakes that she made on Sacrifice and those. One was approaching, that difficult approach.
Yeah.
To this marker here.
Leeward marker.
And then after that, going on that, going up to set up for the windward. Sassy Sue just went high and separated, winning and reaching.
Yeah. I think what happened there is an experience. Sassy Sue had already determined the kind of tack she's going to make coming around the marker. And I think Sacrifice just waited just too long at the very last minute to decide on what they do, and it became a
Right.
little confusing for them.
Right. So
They
you
had
have
to
to
turn
sail off.
around and lost a lot of time there.
Yeah, because yes.
Yes. So, when you come into these markers, you and your crew, you'll make that decision well in advance before you get close to the marker.
Okay, Sweet Island gal just passed the marker over there. They're going to Foxhill Creek and approaching the marker is St. Sally. So we're keeping you full abreast of what's going on. And services being rendered to Cobra by one of the committee boats. So
Yeah.
things getting done out there.
Yeah, so sad. She's having some more trouble again today, Cobra 2, after sailing so good yesterday. But, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. The lead boat, of course, is Sassy Sue, followed by Sacrifice, and the third boat is H2O. They seem to be the three boats that will come in that order. But I always caution, don't make any plans to start dancing until the fat lady sings. Wait until she sings, then you can start dancing.
Yes, well, you can run through the island representation again and the skippers on the crowd.
Well, we got H2O sailing for Exuma and Ragged Island. Effort Camp is sailing that boat, H2O. Sassy Sue is sailing for Long Island. Stephen Knowles is sailing that boat. Ogtus, Bimini and the Berry Islands, Eric Taylor. Revelation Andrews. I don't think Revelation's in this race.
No, she did not
she's
show.
She didn't show. Revelation Sue did not start. She doesn't. The ENF in this race. Cobra 2, New Providence, she's having some issue, but it's sailed by Dwayne Higgins. Sacrifice is sailing for Grand Bahama, and Colin Cartwright Jr. is sailing that boat. King and Knights, Michael Stefano Camp is sailing King and Knights for Michael. Sweet Island Gal is representing Eleuthera, and that boat is being sailed by Keith Brown. And St. Sally, out of Columbus Island and San Salvador, is being sailed by Richard Ross. So, ladies, those are the boats that are competing right now, and shortly we will determine the finished positions as they come down, to the Lewis marker. But this is the third day, and I think we've had some very good sailing over the past, 3 days, and this is the final day, and this will determine who will walk away with a gold in Class C and also in Class B and Class A.
Right. As we look at now, I think they're set. Everybody's holding their own. So while we have a little time in our hand, we're going to stick with sailing. And we just want to acknowledge, just for you persons on the shoreline, there are lots of machinery going on behind the operation of these boats. We want to acknowledge some certain CEOs, even though they both not sailing their helix. Mr. Scott Harding, the Running Tide, he's around willing to speak with persons. Roland, you have Roland from the Old Boy.
Old Boy, yeah.
Yep, and then you have the CEO of Roll Town via live stream, Big Knox, CEO. He's monitoring everything.
I thought he was still in Exuma.
He's still there, but he said he's the CEO of Roll Town. He's watching everything. Yeah, that's good. And also you have a technical person behind the scene who covers every buoy at every major regatta. He gives the backup information on violations, whatever. Mr. Albert from Albert Marine. Mr. Albert Carvey. Albert is so productive and positive for us. We also want to acknowledge him for his buoy coverage, right? But sitting in the crowd over there, we're walking the shorelines, and there's a gentleman doesn't speak much to. If you speak to him, he speaks and with a smile. I want you to see if you can find him out. Mr. Patrick Maycock.
There goes Luke. There goes Sassy Sue.
Sassy
the
Sue
winner of this race. She just crossed the finish line.
Indeed.
Sassy Sue, first place. So that means Sassy Sue has swept the entire series, 3 first.
And she'd be followed by Sacrifice.
Yep. Right. Sassy Sue first. She's swept, the entire 3 races.
Right.
So, so hats off to Sassy Sue and their team. And Long Island, I'm sure you're all starting to dance now. The fast lady, The fat lady's now singing, so Long Island can dance now. So,
Right.
you know, and so they're dancing in Mangrove Bush, they're dancing in Millis, Hard Baggin,
Oh yeah.
Stella Maris, they're dancing all over Long Island now, and they deserve it because, the boat Sassy Sue have swept the 3 races and in convincing, fashion.
Yep.
So they deserve it. And congratulations to Sassy Sue and congratulations to Long Island.
Indeed.
Indeed, this is unofficial,
Right.
but they I'm gonna go on the limb and said, the Sassy Sue will take the gold medal for Long Island. So Long Island, you're on your way.
Yeah, sacrifice.
Coming through, Sacrifice is coming through a second, representing, Grand Bahama. Second place. Well done, Sacrifice.
Followed by H2O.
Followed by H2O sailing for Exuma and Ragged Island. So they also, every island has a right to celebrate, because
Indeed.
they saw their boat sailing for 3 days, and the important thing is that they earned the right to be here, so they should celebrate,
Indeed.
And
while we have a 10-second break here, I still want to continue on this gentleman. He's a boat builder all the way from Farmers Key, Mr. Patrick Maycock. Please
Right.
give him a hail.
Right.
He's very kind.
Very quiet.
Yes, very quiet. The brothers, the what? He had all these both the father, the son, the brothers, the sisters. He's a builder. Finally, he cleared up. But please acknowledge him. We have many other persons that we'd like to acknowledge throughout the day. Big time, old time historical, reputable gentlemen who's sitting there just quietly. Please give them a hail. They contributed to this sport in the initial stages. So let's not forget them.
Yeah, the makeout of those farmers key,
Yep.
So they've made tremendous contribution, and we have to recognize that contribution,
Indeed.
And Miss Maycock, she was a very good boat in those days.
Right.
So the first 3 boats have crossed the finish line in this order: Sassy Sue first, Sacrifice second, and H2O third. The amazing thing is that those 3 boats were sailing in that order for the 3 days. They stuck with each other, and likely will end up getting the gold, silver, and bronze in that order. But I'm not too sure yet. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, well, it looks scot-free because I saw no infractions from my point of view on the start and on throughout the race. So
And I also want to recognize Reverend Harrison Thompson, who's the Independence Game Secretariat. He's out here today watching the races, and we want to thank him for coming. He's responsible for putting all this together, the Independence Secretariat. Reverend Harrison Thompson. So welcome. I'm glad you're out here watching some of the races.
right, and we won't forget you, the telephone sailors, the shoreline sailors,
Right.
and the sponsors, the actual regatta fans and persons just passing through.
Right.
Thank you for being here.
So it's been, so far, up until now, it's been 3 glorious days of sailing, good weather, good competition, good courses were set, for the finish. But here we have a close one coming in here, King and Knights, and also Hog Tusk. Let's see what's going to happen there. It looks as if King and Knight might have snatched the position from Hog Tusk, no?
It seems so. It seems so, and she's going to she has that big sail, so
Well, let's see how this ends between King and Knights and Hog Tusk. I know the Bucktown boys would wish they could have a line to throw the Hog Tusk to pull her in.
Wow, I said the fat lady had sung. I take that back, Danny. You said the fat lady hasn't sung yet, but I thought she had sung.
Yes, she has some.
But now
She has
King
some.
and Knights is passing Hog Tusk.
Well, the fat lady sang for Sassy Sue, rightly so. She deserves it. Sassy Sue and Long Island and their crew They deserve it. They hear the song by the fat lady, and the fat lady has done them well.
There's
So,
King and Knight seemingly has overtaken.
yeah, Hog Toss. Well, I think they got there in that calm, and they're all just drifting in. And now the problem is King and Knights also is stuck in the calm there and trying to make her way across the finish line. Oh boy, this is going to be interesting.
No, King and Knight is there. They just couldn't find the buoy. The committee boat is blocking the buoy. Now Hog Dust is trying to find the
Has
marker.
King and Knight passed it? Or?
King and Knight's right at the marker. She's in.
She's right at the marker. Okay.
Now Hog Dust sees it. It's being blocked out.
Oh yeah, we can't see from that vantage point for that
Right.
boat. Oh, there it is. It's on the bow of the committee boat.
Yes.
So there you can see now. It's going to be King and Knight's forward.
Yes. And the committee boat is still here hiding in a bit. We should just draw a bit.
I think the committee boat is not aware of that.
Yeah, as I Hog Dust was looking for it.
But I think Hog Dogs knows where
He knows
it
it.
is.
Yeah.
So King and Knight is forward, sailing for Michael. So Michael, you guys up there in the Southern Islands can celebrate. Meguana, Minagua,
So
on Crooked Island.
to contribute to the medal count for Michael in the B class, Barbarian
It's doing well.
has to medal, continue to medal.
Yeah. You know, so Michael, you stand a good chance of getting a medal, And so that's the name of the game, and that's the glory of, these games. Ireland can walk away with a medal, and you're proud to say, well, we won a medal in the Bahamas games. It's not after the medal is presented, the medal goes to the island.
What, Commissioner's office or where? Where does it go?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I think what they do, they probably just allow the vote to keep it, and for historical,
Right.
purposes, they know that they've won it. They're proud that Michael has won a medal, or Long Island or Grand Bahama or Zoom or Rocket Island. The important thing is they've won a medal in this series, and those medals will go towards their overall medal count at the end of the day.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So Michael is still in it. There's Barbarian,
Yeah, Barbarian
who's
is there.
sailing well in the B.
Yeah. So I think Hog Tuss is now around, so she will take the 5th position.
No, that's not Hog Dust, that's King and Knights.
But no, King and Knights is 4th.
We got Hog Dust around also,
5th.
yes. Okay, he made it, yeah.
Hog Tuss would be 5th.
And Sweet Island Gal, and then St. Sally.
Yeah.
And once again, our hearts out to Cobra.
Yeah, Cobra didn't
Who
finish.
experienced that
She was bringing that
technical difficulty.
They all got caught in that calm coming down under that area there from Foxhill Creek.
But the scores basically settled then, I think, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, the cause. Well, the race was over. With Sassy Sue with that tremendous distance on the rest of the boats. Sweet Island Gal representing Eleuthera's coming in. So she would be 6th. Respectable finish. There's Sweet Island Gal.
Representing Eleuthera.
Representing Eleuthera. And so we now have St. Sally is the last boat to come in, eh?
Yep.
St. Sally would be 8th.
Crown Isles.
7th. St. Sally would be 7, representing
Crown Isles.
Colombo Isles and San Salvador. And so that's it, ladies and gentlemen. The finish order. We have the Sassy Sue out of Long Island first. Second place boat, Sacrifice sailing for Grand Bahama. The third place boat, H2O, sailing for Exuma and Ragged Island. The fourth place boat, King and Knight, sailing for Michael. The sixth place boat, Sweet Island Gal, sailing for Lutro. And San Sally, the seventh boat, sailing for Columbus Isles and San Salvador. Cobra 2 did not finish. She had she had some problems on the course. I think she's had not an accident. She's broken something on the boat and she couldn't finish the race. So there you have it, the final series race for the Class C. It was a very exciting series. And of course, in all things, the best man won, and the best man was always today, and the first 2 days has been Sassy Sue. They've swept, the first three first place finishes in this C Class series. So congratulations to Sassy Sue, and of course, congratulations to all the boats. By mere just competing, says something that you earned the right to come to these games and you compete, and so you should be proud of yourself. Win, lose, or draw, celebrate and have fun.
And they competed clean. They competed cleanly.
Yeah, we had a clean series in the C Class. We had no protests, and that speaks well for the sport. It means that they are obeying the rules, and that's what we want them to do. So hat goes off to all of those sailors in Class C who sailed a very good race and a clean race.
And there goes St. Sally.
Yes, and Sally now just picking up speed, but the race is over.
Okay, so what do we have on deck now for the B?
On B, we have the B coming up, and expect we'll get them off about 2:30 in the B class. For today, we have the Lady Sonia, who will be sailing and representing Exuma and Ragged Island. The New Chase, of course, will be representing Long Island. The Cobra, Dwayne Higgins, will be representing New Providence. Barbarian 2, which has been doing very well in the series, will be representing Michael. And Ant's Nest will be representing Grand Bahama. So there you have it, ladies. The next race is going to be the B class. And hopefully we can get the B class off by 2:30 so that we can finish up and be prepared, for the closing ceremony. Once again, we want to thank our friends here at Moby who've been doing an excellent job. So we'll get the B class off at 2:30.
Yes.
Thank you. Great.
Independence, Bahamas. Golden anniversary, Bahamas. Regarding Exuma, Bahamas. Fishing in Long Island, Bahamas. Sailing on the Melbourne, Bahamas. Diamond County, West End, Bahamas. Peas and rice, fried fish, Bahamas.
Give them everything.
Pineapple from Bahamas. Mango from Inagua, Bahamas. That island started breaking free, Bahamas. Happy Independence, Bahamas. Happy anniversary, Bahamas. Happy Independence, Bahamas. Golden anniversary, Bahamas. Nassau is the capital, Bahamas. Jiminy is the gateway, Bahamas. 1492, Columbus landed. 1973, we were free.
Big tune incoming. The Bahamas a big thing. My island's a big thing. All over a big thing. The Bahamas a big thing. The Bahamas a big thing. My island's a big thing. All over a big thing. The Bahamas a big thing. Now many other countries they be lucky like us. With the sun does shine from dawn till dusk. From Freeport to Inapa, we can travel hassle free. We may never leave on time, but we can
Got me? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is special from me to you know who. Keith Carroll and the crew. Here we go. Oh, 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 Keith. Ah, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yes.
If we talk about the preacher, it is true anyhow. When the steamer haul round the point, them girls can change their mind. Oh baby, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Oh baby, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Oh baby, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Oh baby, don't cry, don't cry. When Luella lap round the point, them girls can change their mind. Oh baby, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Oh right now, let me tell you something, people. Whatever you're out of pain, oh baby, don't cry, don't cry. Come in tonight, baby, don't cry. Learn to stand for that little bit of shit, don't think. Let me get it out. Lips so.
So much love for the culture. Oh, I just can't leave it alone. Can take a trip to an old island. Can jump aboard Bahamas there. Grab my drum and I'll grab my saw. Can't miss no festival this year. No! Some say it's magical, some say it's musical. Come get your belly full of Bahamian culture. Some get emotional, some take it personal. Get all hysterical for Bahamian culture. What? Boy, listen here. I just know regard either my what? Yes! Culture, man! But hit me thing. Let's go! Check this. When last you shooting marbles, make a kite flip and flop. culture. Or break bread out in the yard. It's so original, it's so erotical, and it's so natural. This Bahamian culture, it's not just seasonal, not only a ritual, but it's so visual. This Bahamian culture, some say it's jovial, they get emotional, they take it personal. This Bahamian culture.
I do this for we, I do this for culture. This your boy, son.
Big tune incoming.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. I do this for we, I do this for culture. I do this for you, just to show that I love ya. Don't mind anybody else, you got to think for yourself. Some things I can do myself, but right now I really need your help. Just listen attentively, I got some questions to ask ya. Let's go! If I pick up something and wave, follow me, follow me. If I grab someone and wine, follow me, follow me. If I get up, jump up and down, I follow me, follow me. If I teach you how to rake and sway, follow me. If I pick up something and wave, follow me, follow me. If I grab someone and wine, follow me, follow me. If I get up, jump up and down, I follow me, follow me. If I teach you how to rake and sway, follow me. I thank God for life and what He is giving.
Give them everything you've got.
We must praise the Most High, He in the land of the living. Let's go! Don't mind anybody else, you got to think for yourself. Some things I can do myself, but right now I really need your help. Just listen attentively, I got some questions to ask ya. If I pick up something and wave, follow me, follow me. If I grab someone and wine, follow me, follow me. If I get up, jump up and down, I follow me, follow me. If I teach you how to rake and stay, follow me.
Incoming.
Something and wave, follow me.
Coming with the Bahamian team. Come on. Woo. Oh, yeah.
Give them everything you've got.
I's a Bahamian, hairy born and bred. I don't want to live nowhere else, even when I dead. I's a Bahamian, and I always late. If you want me there by night, better tell me come 8. See, I's a Bahamian, and I don't like say nobody gonna spend my money, then I go to my grave. Yes, I's a Bahamian, don't wanna make no fuss, but if you will open outside tail, you one of us. Like Andrews grabbing though, don't act like you don't know, you know. Man, you know. Oh, man, how Bahamian go? How they go, how they go, how they go. Oh, don't you know? Man, you know. Yes, man, how Bahamian go? How they go, how they go, how they go. Let's go. DJ Sampler, now run the tune. So proud to be Bahamian.
Spin that one, DJ Sampler.
I know I can show you what man. Let them one go now. Watch this. The eyes of a Bahamian, I love to compete, but when my side lose, I say they cheat. The eyes of a Bahamian, and I like the Fins. I like the Lakers too, but only when they win. Eyes of a Bahamian, shopping is a thing. Go Miami for 2 days, come back talking with slang. See, eyes of a Bahamian, I come with a price. You say you want my vote, better treat me right. Them Africa Conky Joe, oh how I love them so they know. Man, you know. Yes, man, how Bahamian go. How they go, how they go, how they go. Yeah, they know. Man, how my people go. How they go, how they go, how they go.
Big tune incoming.
The sun comes up with a burning glow, shines down on paradise below. I'm talking about the Bahamas, you know, a beautiful archipelago. Now go, brag about the beauty. Tell them we friendly. Oh, tell them we proud of the country.
Give them
Tell them
everything
they
you've
could
got.
come see. Then say I'm proud to be a Bahamian. Proud to be a Bahamian. Proud to be a Bahamian, yes. God gave this land to me. Onward, upward together, boasting our rich culture, inspiring our young and old, with perseverance.
Coming through like a Category 5 hurricane.
Check it out, up your heads to the rising sun. Our heroes left us a race to run. Let's protect our sovereignty, yes, together in harmony. Then say I'm proud to be a Bahamian. Oh, I'm proud to be a Bahamian. Oh, I'm proud to be a Bahamian. God gave this land to me.
Big tune incoming. Big tune incoming.
Woke up on the right side of the bed. I feel so good, sweet vibes are in my head. I feel so good and it's a new day. I wanna thank the Lord and push my troubles away.
Big tune incoming.
Coming through like a Category 5 hurricane.
Check it out.
DJ Sam. DJ Sam.
A young boy, mama used to say, learn all you can, boy, prepare for rainy day. Please stay in school, boy, hear what the teachers say. This point from the royal reader will help you on your way. If you drive a nail right, boy, hit it on the head. Right with all your might, boy, while the iron is red. When you work to do, boy, you must do it with the will. They who reach the top, boy, must first climb the hill. Standing at the foot, boy, gazing at the sky. How do you get up, boy, if you never try? Though you stumble off, boy, don't be downcast. Try and try again, boy, you'll succeed at last.
DJ Sampler, man, run the tune.
Spin that one, DJ Sampler.
Sample what happened, man. Let that one go.
Be a rude boy, help in any way. Study real hard, boy, someday it's gonna pay. Don't ever stop, boy, remember what mama say. Cause you will find a mean world waiting to play. Drive a nail right, boy, hit it on the head. Strike with all your might, boy, while the iron is red. When you work to do, boy, you must do it with a will. They who reach the top, boy, must first climb the hill.
in stretch on canoe, fishing and sailing, just to name a few, free from bondage. That was our heritage. Oh, yeah. Our nation isn't perfect, there is more work to be done. Forward, upward, and onward towards the rising sun. Yes, we should be proud. It's time to say it loud. Oh, grab your flag, wave it from side to side. Our golden flag represents your pride. Lift your head and say, I'm a proud Bahamian.
problem. I run the tune.
Spin that one, DJ Sampler.
Sample what happened, man. Let that one go.
Here we go. Hold your ears, folks. It's showtime.
Nassau is the capital, Bahamas. Germany is the gateway, Bahamas. 1492, Columbus landed. 1973, we were free. From Nassau to Inawa, Bahamas. From Freeport to Mequona, Bahamas. Tourists love our country, Bahamas, Bahamas. 700 islands, Bahamas. Happy independence, Bahamas. Happy anniversary, Bahamas. Happy independence, Bahamas. Golden anniversary, Bahamas. Regarding in Exuma, Bahamas. Fishing in Long Island, Bahamas. Sailing on the Billboard, Bahamas. Diamond Coffee Western, Bahamas. Peas and rice and fried fish, Bahamas.
Give them
Pineapple
everything.
from Israel, Bahamas. Tomato from Inagua, Bahamas. That island started great to pray, Bahamas. Happy independence, Bahamas. Happy anniversary, Bahamas. Happy independence, Bahamas. Golden anniversary, Bahamas. Nassau is the capital, Bahamas. Germany is the gateway, Bahamas. 1492, Columbus landed. 1973, we were free.
Big tune incoming.
The Bahamas is big thing. My island's a big thing. All over a big thing. The Bahamas is big thing. The Bahamas is big thing. My island's a big thing. All over a big thing. The Bahamas is big thing. Now many other countries they be lucky like us. With the sun does shine from dawn till dusk. From Freeport to Inapa, we can travel hassle free. We may never leave on time, but we can check in early. Bahamas is big thing. My island's a big thing. All over a big thing. The Bahamas is big thing. Bahamas is big thing. My island is big thing. The fly carry a big thing. The Bahamas is big thing. So now big thing crew is just a few who just do they do and move right through. So if you are a part of what I just say, then open up your mouth and help represent me. The Bahamas is big thing. My island is big thing. All over is big thing. The Bahamas is big thing. Nassau is big thing. Elutra is big thing. Freeport is big thing. Offshore is big thing. This record is great. Some records great to be. This record is great. Some records great to see. Hold it back. 2 for 2. You've seen the world until you travel here with us. This island type of living, man, you can't get enough. We're just a teardrop of islands from many other nations. They come from near, they come from far. Everybody love our nation. Big thing, my island is big thing. All over is big thing. Bahamas is big thing. Germany is big thing.
I wanna see you shaking and jumping like that. Go! Yes! Culture! Woo! Check it out. When records get hit me, man, I feel it in my bones. So much love for the culture. Oh, I just can't leave it alone. Can take a trip to an old island. Can jump aboard Bahamas there. Grab my drum and I'll grab my saw. Can't miss no festival this year. No! Some say it's magical, some say it's musical. Come get your belly full of Bahamian culture. Some get emotional, some take it personal. Get all hysterical for Bahamian culture. What? Boy, listen here. I just know regarding me, but what? Yes! Culture, man! But hit me thing. Let's go! Check this. When last you shooting marbles, make a kite flip and flop. Check. When last you swim in the blue hole, when last you try spinning top. Listen. When last you eat some benny cake, when last you had a piece of tart. When last you mix a carrot with ya, or break bread out in the yard. It's so original, it's so erotical, and it's so natural. This Bahamian culture, it's not just seasonal, not only a ritual, but it's so visual. This Bahamian culture, some say it's jovial, they get emotional, they take it personal. This Bahamian culture.
I do this for we, I do this for culture. This your boy, son.
Big tune incoming.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. I do this for we, I do this for culture. I do this for you, just to show that I love ya. Don't mind anybody else, you got to think for yourself. Some things I can do myself, but right now I really need your help. Just listen attentively, I got some questions to ask ya. Let's go! If I pick up something and wait, follow me, follow me. If I grab someone and wine, follow me, follow me. If I get up, jump up and down, I follow me, follow me. If I teach you how to rake and skate, follow me. If I pick up something and wait, follow me, follow me. If I grab someone and wine, follow me, follow me. If I get up, jump up and down, I follow me, follow me. If I teach you how to rake and skate, follow me. I thank God for life and what He is giving.
Give them everything you've got.
We must press the most high, we in the land of the living. Let's go! Don't mind anybody else, you got to think for yourself. Some things I can do myself, but right now I really need your help. Just listen attentively, I've got some questions to ask ya. If I pick up something and wait, follow me, follow me. If I grab someone and wine, follow me, follow me. If I get up, jump up and down, I follow me, follow me. If I teach you how to rake and skate, follow me.
Incoming.
Something and wait, follow me.
Coming with the Bohemian team. Come on. Woo.
Oh yeah.
Give them everything you've got.
I's a Bahamian, hairy, born and bred. I don't want to live nowhere else, even when I dead. I's a Bahamian, and I always late. If you want me there by 9, better tell me come 8. See, I's a Bahamian, and I don't like save. Nobody gonna spend my money, then I go to my grave. Yes, I's a Bahamian, don't wanna make no fuss. But if you we know, but outside tell you one of us. Like Andrews grabbing though, don't act like you don't know, you know. Oh, how Bahamian go. Oh, don't you know? Yes, how Bahamian go. Let's go. DJ Sampler, I'll run the tour. Proud to be Bahamian.
Spin that one, DJ Sampler.
I know I can
Some blow up, man. Let the one go.
Watch this. See, I's a Bahamian, I love to compete. But when my side lose, I say they cheat. See, I's a Bahamian, and I like the Fins. I like the Lakers too, but only when they win. I's a Bahamian, shopping is a thing. Go Miami for 2 days, come back talking with slang. See, I's a Bahamian, I come with a price. You say you want my vote, better treat me right. Them Africa Conky Joe, oh how I love them so they know. Yes, how Bahamian go. Oh, yeah they know. How my people go.
Big tune incoming.
The sun comes up with a burning glow, shines down on paradise below. Talking about the Bahamas, you know, a beautiful archipelago. Now go, brag about me beauty. Tell them we friendly. Oh, tell them we proud of me country.
Give them
Tell them
everything
they
you've
could
got.
come see. Then say I'm proud to be a Bahamian. Proud to be a Bahamian. Proud to be a Bahamian, yes. God gave this land to me. Onward, upward together, boasting our rich culture, inspiring our young and old, with perseverance.
Coming through like a Category 5 hurricane.
Check it out, up your heads to the rising sun. Our heroes left us a race to run. Let's protect our sovereignty, yes, together in harmony. Then say I'm proud to be a Bahamian. Oh, I'm proud to be a Bahamian. Ooh, I'm proud to be a Bahamian. God gave this land to me.
Big tune incoming. Big tune incoming.
All B class sailors and skippers. The B class is starting at 2:30. You need to get on your boat and get to the starting line. We only have one boat on the starting line now. It's Ant's Nest. So we want the other boats to please go and get on the starting line so we can start this race at 2:30. If you're not there, we're going to leave you. So I'm asking you to get your boat to the starting line so we can start this race at 2:30. Thank you.
said to be kind to all mankind. For your master in Ebenezer, in Dumfries at the church upon the hill. Oh, aye. So fascinating to see someone whistle in harmony, and the look on his face, whistling lead, alto, tenor, and bass. Oh, whistle papa, whistle papa, whistle papa, you whistle. Aye.
Big tune incoming. Coming through like a Category 5 hurricane.
Check it out.
DJ Sam. DJ Sam.
A young boy, mama used to say, learn all you can, boy, prepare for rainy day. Please stay in school, boy, hear what the teachers say. This point from the royal reader will help you on your way. If you strive to nail it right, boy, hit it on the head. Strike with all your might, boy, while the iron is red. When you've work to do, boy, you must do it with the will. They who reach the top, boy, must first climb the hill. Standing at the foot, boy, gazing at the sky. How do you get up, boy, if you never try? Though you stumble off, boy, don't be downcast. Try and try again, boy, you'll succeed at last.
DJ Sampler, man, run the tune.
Spin that one, DJ Sampler.
Sample what happened, man. Let that one go.
Be a rude boy, don't help in any way. Study real hard, boy, someday it's gonna pay. Don't ever stop, boy, remember what mama say. Cause you will find a mean world waiting to play. Try to nail it right, boy, hit it on the head. Strike with all your might, boy, while the iron is red. When you work to do, boy, you must do it with the will. They who reach the top, boy, must first climb the hill. Standing at the foot, boy, gazing at the sky. How do you get up, boy, if you never try? Oh, you stumble off, boy, don't be downcast. Try and try again, boy, you'll succeed at last.
I say 1 plus 1 is 11. They say we living in a doggy dog world, but I tell them say all good dog go to heaven. Heaven. Sweat, love, and taste, toiling all day. Watch as you grow, friends and family drift away. Boy, don't you stop, continue to fight. We'll give them peace and love, and everything will be alright. Say. They say fools and rough and not honored. Bare feet by the pump, I go to the water. Scrap on shell in peace, I come from the gutter. I mean, hide and seek and catch and freeze in the summer. Mama used to say, play with puppy and lick your mouth. 30 pieces of silver, man, you know what they're talking about. Boy, don't you stop, continue to fight. We'll give them peace and love, and everything will be alright. Say.
I My culture you cannot take. The spirit you cannot break. Oh gosh. Let me show you how to beat that drum. Down Bay Street till morning come. Rushing till the sun turn on. Oh gosh. We rushing on, baby, going down, babe. 200,000 strong, we on, babe. We rushing on, baby, going down, babe. Then Shirley Street right away. We rushing on, baby, going down, babe. Look how the colors display. We rushing on, baby, rushing on, babe. Then Shirley Street right away. My Bahama Islands. Proud to call this my home. Proud to call this my home. My sweet island. Proud to call this my home. Proud to call this my home. We got us every holiday. Homecomings, free down day. You can catch me in the bay. Oh gosh. We just got the pole with everyone. Sculling the boat, having fun. We can do this all year round. Oh gosh. We party all day, we party all day. 200,000 strong, we all day. We party all day, we party all day. There's endless vibes, we don't play. We party all day, we party all day. 200,000 strong, we all day. We party all day, we party all day. There's endless vibes, we don't play. My Bahama Islands. Proud to call this my home. Proud to call this
Big
my
tune
home.
incoming.
Oh yeah, proud to be. Listen up, my people. I've got something to say, and it concerns you in every way. It's about you and me and our identity. Oh yeah, you are a Bahamian through and through. It's time to show it, let the whole world see you. No time to hide.
6283. You are parked in the VIP parking place. Can you please remove your vehicle immediately? I say it again. Please remove your SD 6283. Just a warning of caution before the wrecker comes. Thank you.
Ah, yeah. Hey. We're rich in culture, we can swim, jump, canoe, fishing and sailing, just to name a few, free from bondage. That was our heritage. Ah, yeah. Our nation isn't perfect, there is more work to be done. Forward, upward, and onward towards the rising sun. Yes, we should be proud. It's time to say it loud. Grab your flag, wave it from side to side. Our gold and black represents your pride. Lift your head and say, I'm a proud Bahamian.
Big tune incoming.
I see it. My work is on the water. Free diving. Show no line is how I survive. Listen. From foggy to yellowtail, from jackfish to killer whale, I jump in my dingy boat and I head on down the coast. I need a fish to fight. My kids gotta eat tonight, so I do what I gotta do. Break some fish back for them to stew. I've been in the trail long, and I was very strong. By my father's side, say, get this boy to make your man. What you gotta pay behind, son, you'll be fine. Just keep your eye out for them road troopers passing by. I'm a boatman, a seaman. My work is on the water. Free dive.
sampler, man. Run the tune.
Spin that one, DJ Sampler.
Sample what happened, man. Let that one go.
All right, here we go. Hold your ears, folks. It's showtime.
Nassau is the capital, Bahamas. Bimini is the gateway, Bahamas. 1492, Columbus landed. 1973, we were free. From Nassau to Inawa, Bahamas. From Freeport to Mequona, Bahamas. Tourists love our country, Bahamas, Bahamas. 700 islands, Bahamas. Happy independence, Bahamas. Happy anniversary, Bahamas. Happy independence, Bahamas. Golden anniversary, Bahamas. Regarding in Zuma, Bahamas. Fishing in Long Island, Bahamas. Sailing on the Melbourne, Bahamas. Diamond Company Western, Bahamas. Season rice and fried fish, Bahamas.
Give them
Pineapple from Israel, Bahamas. Tomato from Inagua, Bahamas. That island started raising spray, Bahamas. Happy independence, Bahamas. Happy anniversary, Bahamas. Happy independence, Bahamas. Golden anniversary, Bahamas. Nassau is the capital, Bahamas. Bimini is the gateway, Bahamas. 1492, Columbus landed. 1973, we were free.
Big tune incoming.
The Bahamas is big thing. My island is big thing. All over is big thing. The Bahamas is big thing. The Bahamas is big thing. My island is big thing. All over is big thing. The Bahamas is big thing. Now many other countries they be lucky like us. With the sun does shine from dawn till dusk. From Freeport to Inapa, we can travel hassle free. We may never leave on time, but we can check in early. Bahamas is big thing. My island is big thing. All over is big thing. The Bahamas is big thing. Bahamas is big thing. My island is big thing. The fly carrier big thing. The Bahamas is big thing. So now big thing crew is just a few who just do they do and move right through. So if you are a part of what I just say, then open up your mouth and help represent me. The Bahamas is big thing. My island is big thing. All over is big thing. The Bahamas is big thing. Nassau is big thing. Elutra is big thing. Freeport is big thing. Offshore is big thing. This lake is great. Some lake is great to be. This lake is great. Some lake is great to see. Hold it back. 2 for 2. You seen the world and tell you travel here with us. This island type of living, man, you can't get enough. We're just a teardrop of islands from many other nations. They come from near, they come from far. Everybody love our nation. Big thing, my island is big thing. All over is big thing. Bahamas is big thing. Bimini is big thing.
I wanna see you shaking and jumping like that. Go! Yes! Culture! Woo! Check it out. When records get hit me, man, I feel it in my bones. So much love for the culture. Oh, I just can't leave it alone. Can take a trip to an old island. Can jump aboard Bahamas there. Grab my drum and I'll grab my saw. Can't miss no festival this year. No! Some say it's magical, some say it's musical. Come get your belly full of Bahamian culture. Some get emotional, some take it personal. Get all hysterical for Bahamian culture. What? Boy, listen here. I just know regarding me, but what? Yes! Culture, man! But hit me thing. Let's go! Check this. When last you shooting marbles, make a kite flip and flop. Check. When last you swim in the blue hole, when last you try spinning top. Listen. When last you eat some benny cake, when last you had a culture. Up with bread out in the yard. It's so original, it's so erotical, and it's so natural. This Bahamian culture, it's not just seasonal, not only a ritual, but it's so visual. This Bahamian culture, some say it's jovial, they get emotional, they take it personal. This Bahamian culture.
I do this for we, I do this for culture. This your boy, son.
Big tune incoming.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. I do this for we, I do this for culture. I do this for you, just to show that I love ya. Don't mind anybody else, you got to think for yourself. Some things I can do myself, but right now I really need your help. Just listen attentively, I got some questions to ask ya. Let's go! If I pick up something and wait, follow me, follow me. If I grab someone and wine, follow me, follow me. If I get up, jump up and down, I follow me, follow me. If I teach you how to rake and skate, follow me. If I pick up something and wait, follow me, follow me. If I grab someone and wine, follow me, follow me. If I get up, jump up and down, I follow me, follow me. If I teach you how to rake and skate, follow me. I thank God for life and what He is giving.
Give them everything you've got.
We must praise the Most High, He in the land of the living. Let's go! Don't mind anybody else, you got to think for yourself. Some things I can do myself, but right now I really need your help. Just listen attentively, I got some questions to ask ya. If I pick up something and wait, follow me, follow me. If I grab someone and wine, follow me, follow me. If I get up, jump up and down, I follow me, follow me. If I teach you how to rake and skate, follow me.
Big tune incoming.
Something and wait, follow me.
Coming with the Bahamian team. Come on. Woo. Oh, yeah.
Give them everything you've got.
I's a Bahamian, herringbone and bread. I don't want to live nowhere else, even when I dead. I's a Bahamian, and I always late. If you want me there by night, better tell me come 8. See, I's a Bahamian, and I don't like save. Nobody gonna spend my money, then I go to my grave. Yes, I's a Bahamian, don't wanna make no fuss. But if you will know, but outside tell you one of us. Like Andrews grabbing though, don't act like you don't know, you know. Oh, how Bahamian go? Oh, don't you know? Yes, how Bahamian go? Let's go. DJ Sampler, now run the tune. Proud to be Bahamian.
Spin that one, DJ Sampler.
Man, no I can
Some blow up, man. Let the one go.
Watch this. See, I's a Bahamian, I love to compete. But when my side lose, I say they cheat. See, I's a Bahamian, and I like the Vince. I like the Lakers too, but only when they win. I's a Bahamian, shopping is a thing. Go Miami for 2 days, come back talking with slang. See, I's a Bahamian, I come with a price. You say you want my vote, better treat me right. Them Africa Conky Joe, oh how I love them so they know. Yes, how Bahamian go. Oh, yeah they know. How my people go.
Big tune incoming.
The sun comes up with a burning glow, shines down on paradise below. I'm talking about the Bahamas, you know, a beautiful archipelago. Now go, brag about me beauty. Tell them we friendly. Oh, tell them we proud of me country.
Give them
Tell them
everything
they
you've
could
got.
come see. Then say I'm proud together, boasting our rich culture, inspiring our young and old. With perseverance,
Coming through like a Category 5 hurricane.
check it out, up your heads to the rising sun. Our heroes left us a race to run. Let's protect our sovereignty, yes, together in harmony. Let's say I'm proud to be a Bahamian. Oh, I'm proud to be a Bahamian. Ooh, I'm proud to be a Bahamian. God gave this land to me.
Big tune incoming. Big tune incoming.
Woke up on the right side of the bed. I feel so good, sweet vibes are in my head. I feel so good and it's a new day. I wanna thank the Lord and push my troubles away. I'm living a good life. We're living in a good life. I'm in a good time, good time. We're living in a good life. God work, but I don't care. And I'm jumping in my car and driving anywhere. Looking for my friends to party tonight. Because I love living this good life, living a good life. Good life. We're living in a good life. I'm talking about good times. Good life. We're living in a good life. It's summertime, no rain, no snow. My friends in the city will never know. It's 90 degrees and the sun is shining bright. The breeze is blowing.
man, a gentleman. He said to be kind to all mankind. For a master in Ebenezer, in Dumfries at the church upon the hill. Oh, aye. So fascinating to see someone whistle in harmony, and the look on his face, whistling lead, alto, tenor, and bass. Oh, whistle papa, whistle papa, whistle papa, whistle. Aye.
Big tune incoming. Coming through like a Category 5 hurricane.
Check it out.
DJ Sam. DJ Sam.
A young boy, mama used to say, learn all you can, boy, prepare for rainy day. Please stay in school, boy, hear what the teachers say. This point from the royal reader will help you on your way. If you drive the nail right, boy, hit it on the head. Strike with all your might, boy, while the iron is red. When you've work to do, boy, you must do it with the will. They who reach the top, boy, must first climb the hill. Standing at the foot, boy, gazing at the sky. How do you get up, boy, if you never try? Though you stumble off, boy, don't be downcast. Try and try again, boy, you'll succeed at last.
DJ Sampler, I run the tune.
Spin that one, DJ Sampler.
Sample what happened, man. Let that one go.
Be a rude boy, in any way. Study real hard, boy, someday it's gonna pay. Don't ever stop, boy, remember what mama say. Cause you will find a mean world waiting to play. Try the nail right, boy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final series race in Class B. They all out of the gate and they're on their way. So we are in for an exciting final series race in the Class B division. Lady Sonia sailing for Exuma and Ragged Island. New Chase sailing for Long Island. Clover sailing for New Providence. Barbarian sailing for Michael. And Hans Ness sailing for Grand Bahama. So there you have it. Those 5 boats sailing for those respective islands. So they're off and running. Lady Sonia look like she's...
What's going on now is the bunks out now. We have everybody has a challenge getting off. The anchors are up. They're dancing, but the chase is now stabilizing herself and getting ready to move it out.
Move it out. The chase is moving. Hans Ness, she's on
Hans Ness is
top.
moving.
Hans Ness.
Sonia is struggling, trying to get herself going.
Barbarian is struggling, they're trying to get themselves going. But, they'll get it going shortly. The chase is moving slightly away. So there we have it. Barbarian is basically get caught in that tide there and she's not moving. But the chase has gotten off to a good start.
And even though it looks as though it's a good start, Cobra too has a bit of bounce. Cobra has a bounce out on the windward side there. If she can stabilize herself. Now she's dancing in the still spot. And the chase seems to be the only boat that's under some control on moving away. And that is not a good thing for us, for all of us in the other boats. Right, let us get going.
Yeah, they all can get off. Chase is off and running, and the other boats are having difficulties getting off the starting line.
Okay, Sonia settled a bit. But the chase has created space. So Chase, Sonia, and Cobra seems to be settling in a bit.
Thought if tack away from there because they're not moving, they should tack whereby they can probably get some air. But they're all on that starboard tack. and they're basically bouncing up and down in that tide and the wind right up in there. But of course, the chase is out, and she's sailing well. Lady Sonia's trying to make her way and get going. Barbarian now seems to find a little air, and she's moving.
Cobra is bouncing. She's doing
Yeah,
well.
well,
In her own way. So everybody's off. Everybody's off. Now the task is getting the middle marker.
right? Well, the chase is off to a very good start. So we should see.
Yes, and Ansness has settled in the rhythm now.
Look like Lady Sonia's now picking up, getting some air. She's beginning to move slightly. Oh, she looks to be getting a knockoff there. Oh, wow.
Yes, Ansness is doing well. She's doing well also. She's sitting well. She's on the lee, on the stern of the chase.
The chase is just slowly slipping away from the rest of the boats.
Barbarian is in a bit of, it's not trouble yet because she's in the medal run and the medal hunt, medal standings, but she's not.
Aunt's Nest is also doing fairly good. She's following the chase.
Cobra 2 would have still had an advantage if she's sitting so well, but she needs to make, in my opinion, she needs to just run a bit more, let her run a bit more because that pack is slowly progressing towards the windward marker.
It looks as if the Lady Sonia is now getting a little bit of air. She's beginning to move. But the lead boats, the two lead boats there, Susan Chase and the Ant's Net are on a good lay there, and they're sailing well, so we'll see what happens with the other boats. It looks as if Lady Sonia is feeling a little bit of air. She's beginning to move.
And just for the purpose of information, Christopher Roll, Chris, they call him Poggy, Buzzy Roll's son, he has the tiller this time around on the
Lady Sonia.
Yes, just keeping everything within the Zumba pool of sailing.
The Barbarian looks as if she's getting a little air and she's beginning to move.
Okay, for information purposes, so the persons on the shoreline, I would take a chance to say that all these boats are really on the port side of the marker. The marker would be somewhere towards nearly to the middle of the harbor.
Yeah.
So they all are underneath. So
Yeah. But you see, the Chase and the Ant's Nest are still on starboard tack. I think the last boat on the fleet, I just don't see it right now. It looks as if that boat's on the port side, of course, sailing on the port side. With the Chase, it's on starboard tack. The Ant's Nest is still on starboard tack.
okay, and what's going on now? To Chase and Nonsense getting a big knockoff, and the big sail is Sonia, who's feeling something else and moving slightly up the middle of the harbor. So if Sonia holds that course, and they would have to come back to her because the marker is away from all of the boats there. So Sonia and Cobra, they're feeling, Sonia and Barbarian, they're feeling something, and they're to the advantage at this point in time. If you look from the shore, you'd see Sonia really walking. So the Chase noticed that now. The Chase is going to come back now.
Yeah, because the Chase noticed that Ant's Nest is building up on her, and so the Chase decided to come back to protect her position.
Right, I also think she had an eye on Sonia and Barbarian, who are in here, really
Yeah.
making,
But the Chase has had sufficient lead on the Ant's Nest to cut her easily, so she's gone back.
Now Sonia takes a big knock off.
So the Chase now turned back on port tack. So
And if possible, I wouldn't take a guess, you know, if possible, that's going to be very close between Sonia and the chase for that course.
well, let's see how that goes.
But the chase is really motoring.
Chase is now feeling wind off the line, and she's really moving now.
Advantage chase.
Advantage chase, yeah. Advantage chase. So she's going across, the Lady Sonia. So that was another smart attack by Stefan to protect his lead. And so the lead boat right now is the Susan Chase.
Ansness was supposed to have been the second.
I think this is going to be close between Ansness and Lady Sonia. Let's see what happens there.
I see advantage Sonia. I feel advantage Sonia from this point. I could be wrong.
The chase is now making a move.
Advantage Sonia. Sonia cut off the second place boat at this point in time. But let's also give credit to Cobra. That's the chase is about to cross and now going up there, going over the windward marker.
Yeah, sure.
So Cobra is doing, she's working well. She can be the second or third place boat if she cuts the ant's nest, because Sonia did cut her cleanly going across.
Well, they're now out to sea and they're feeling the breeze and they're all beginning to move. Ant's nest and Cobra, let's see.
Advantage Cobra.
Advantage Cobra. On that tack, Cobra cut the ant's nest, which was the second boat. So the ant's nest has lost her second position. Let's see where the Barbarian is. The Barbarian is, let's see that.
I am calculating a little shimmy by the chase before she reaches the marker. It's right ahead of her, but she's under the marker, so she might be called upon to come beyond it and make attack.
Oh yeah, she's
she's under the marker.
She's under the marker, so she's got to.
There she talks now.
Back, yep. She couldn't make the marker, so she'll go back. Going back on starboard tack for the marker.
But he's right there. It's quick work he's going to make of that, getting around that. And I don't see how close the second boat would be to chase at this point in time.
I didn't see the Lady Sonia come back as yet. I don't know
Neither
if he has.
They're making up, but the chase had that same challenge, so she just came closer to the marker to put that on now. So she's going on that. It's just a day below, well below, doing the same thing.
Yeah, she's now back on starboard tack. That is the chase. And Ansness is still going on port tackles there. So we'll see. Ansness is just beginning to pick up and feel the air, so she's moving much better.
Now Sonia should have that should be buoy coverage if she can do a good timing coming across. So she and the chase are equal distance, I would say, out to sea. When the chase starts, that's buoy. And I think Sonia is deep enough for buoy call also. So we'd watch those two closely.
Ansness now has gone back on starboard tack for the marker. Let's see what she does.
And if you see Chase is taking, not a horrible knockoff, but there goes Chase.
Lady Sonia is still moving pretty good.
She and Cobra is crossing there. I think it's an advantage, Sonia.
Yep.
And Sonia is really motoring across, so Chase should attack now. Okay, there she goes. Now the Chase makes attack, and definitely those are the 1 and 2 boat. And I would take a risk in saying that because you have Ant's Nest right up high above the marker by the yacht, who can possibly just slip in front of Sonia.
Yes, Sonia caught her last time. Let's see on that time. So Ant's Nest made the decision to continue on her lane, and so
okay, Chase a couple feet away from the marker.
So Chase is going to be the first boat around the windward marker.
She's on it now. Chase is around. Sonia is plowing towards it. So the call will be between Sonia and Ancest now for this a fairly good distance behind the chase for second place.
Yeah.
Antoinette is right on the marker, but she has to pass and go quite a distance with Sonia. It's on a straight course that will just become advantage Sonia at the marker at this time.
Because the chase now has gone around the marker and she's putting a little distance on the rest of the fleet right now.
That's more than a little distance
Yeah.
in my opinion. That's nautical miles.
Yeah,
Chase is doing it there.
she has a big lead right now. so-
Okay, now Sonia's approaching, storming towards. She's looking in better form today. She's storming towards the marker. Sonia's now around just past
Around
the
the
marker.
marker. So Sonia's around the marker. And so she's the second place boat.
Right, and the third place boat will be quite a distance also because you have Antoinette right there ready to wrap around, but she has to go quite a distance
To make the
away.
marker.
And Barbarian is coming,
So-
storming.
Antoinette is going around now. No,
No, Antoinette can't
She's
go
in,
around now.
yeah.
He has yet to go.
he has yet to go. So
He should talk about now. Okay, now he talks. So he's sitting comfortably in third. Barbarian fourth. Cobra fifth.
fifth. So Chase has quite a lead on the fleet right now. It's Lady Sonia in second place, Antoinette in third place. So that is the standing right now as they go around the first buoy to windward marker. The Cobra now is coming around. The Barbarian is round. So we have the positions. Susan Chase first, Lady Sonia second, Antoinette third, Cobra is fourth, and Barbarian is fifth.
And I think the Barbarian has a conversation
With
to share with Antoinette. Because
Antoinette.
Barbarian,
Barbarian
is coming
is
with
building up.
power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold your ears, folks. It's showtime.
When we speak of that, if you're looking from the shore and it's not on the screen, we're speaking about those three boats that seem to be at the rear. That'll be Antoinette, Barbarian, and Cobra. And that's a dog fight going on there.
And the Barbarian is doing well. She's doing well, and she sailed well throughout this series. So
She's in medal contention. She
Yeah.
wants that third again. So
yeah. So she's sailing well for Michael. So the people in Michael should be celebrating, you know. Their boat has been doing very good over these past 3 days. But you know, it says, you know, it ain't over until the fat lady sings. So the fat lady is warming up again. So let's see who she's going to sing for. Right now, if I were to make the call, she's going to sing for the Susan Chase. So she's really, really moving. And
okay,
sailing
that's a
well.
Chase and that's a Sonia. We're watching closely Antoinette and Barbarian. Barbarian is carrying on barbaric. She is powering and wants to overpower Antoinette and get that or obtain that or reach that third seeding coming in here. From the shoreline, you can see how close it gets. Yeah, she's bullying the Antoinette now, bullying her. The Chase is back now on the bed.
Yeah, she's around. Lady Sonia has made up some ground from the start. She's had a bad start, couldn't get off, but she's now doing much better. The Barbarian is just on top. Well, Antoinette is still trying to hold on and try to keep the Barbarian off, but Barbarian is doing quite well, and it looks as if the Barbarian might overtake the Antoinette.
I think the ancestors might not allow that, might just ride him a bit further into the Foxhill Creek because the ancestors now is closing in on that zone around the marker where she has the legitimate right to hold on.
Here comes the Lady Sonia. So she's round the marker. The second place boat, Lady Sonia, is round the marker.
And the Barbarian has set, look as though she's settling that score right now. The Barbarian is now past
Yep.
the Ant's Nest.
I said the Barbarian would, in fact, pass her on that tack. And Chris Brewer, Buzzy's son, is sailing the Lady Sonia. And he's doing very well.
And the money in this game would be now on Ant's Nest and Cobra.
Right.
Those two boats that are bringing, we wouldn't say bringing it to rear, that has those fourth and fifth position, whatever. That's going to be a dog fight. I think Cobra's working hard to get back into it.
Yeah. I think Ant's Nest is just, Barbarian sailing well again, is pulling away from Ant's Nest.
Yeah, she has made a decision to move on.
There she goes. Barbarian is round. So you have the Chase, Lady Sonia, and Barbarian. Those are the three boats around the marker, heading towards the bay where you all are.
Yes, everybody just holding position now, holding to continue to be competitive as we go on such a good long bed. Hold your position. That's in the mindset of the bowman and the captain now.
So yeah, see, they all around now. The Cobra just came around, so the five boats around the marker, heading into the bay, bedding into the bay.
And I don't think we should have any challenges. Nobody sailing directly in the stern of the other because they were not that close.
No, they've spread it a bit, with a Chase with a very big lead, followed by the Lady Sonia, who has a big lead on the Barbarian, which is the third boat. So, folks, while we get a little lull on the boats coming down, I just want to say hello to the former Commodore of the Defense Force. I'm Commodore Davy Roll. He's here out today watching the races. He and his beautiful wife. So, Davy, welcome. We're glad to have you here in Montego Bay watching the races. And he's just been, honored by the Bahamas Defense Force. An award that was well due after all his time and service with the Defense Force and other parts of the government as an ambassador to Haiti and I think several other places, if I'm not mistaken. So, Commodore Davy, welcome to Montego Bay and welcome to these races. We hope you enjoy it.
Yes, and I take this opportunity to speak to all the other boat owners and sailors. And should I have misstaged this morning in my pronunciation or announcement of two particular persons, my apologies goes to you. But to all those hard-working sailors who invested their finance and their resources, their strength, energy, and time into building boats, we recognize all of you. This morning I was just a bit selective in acknowledging Mr. Maycock from Farmers Key because it's a name that we don't have circulating within the circle at this time. And that was the purpose of that announcing them and one or two other persons. So my apologies, and we all a team and we all misstep, and that's the way we go. So let's shake hands and move on. Everybody, let's have a ball. Thank you to you sailors, you builders, operators, whatever.
But Mr. Maycock deserves, an applause from us. Builder Brothers and those younger people who don't know, Brothers was an A-class, a very good A-class boat in yesteryears, from Farmers Key. So the accolades that you send out to him is well deserved. So here we come. They all on the bed into the bay. The chase is still leading. Lady Sonia's second, and the Barbarian is third. The Barbarian has been doing very well throughout this series, and take our hats off to Delbert Gibson and his crew. Not that we're singling out the Barbarian, but in this series she's done extremely well.
Indeed, yes, she did. She did. And he had his little mishap yesterday.
Yesterday, yeah.
And he recovered.
Recovered. He should have gotten the second yesterday, but of course he had the mishap at the marker and he lost two of his crew members. But that's the way the sport goes from time to time. It could be brutal if you're not on your game. Lady Sonia's had a tough time, throughout this series, but it looks as if she's trying to get it together and finish in a respectable position today. She's in second place. Let's hope she keeps that second place.
Yes, that's Christoph and a crew of other young guys. Buzzy said he just gives them the opportunity to do. As we remember now, we're supposed to be not really diverting, but migrating into the younger generation, that other third breed of sailors, developing them, and then even through touching or affecting the schooling program of getting this program into the schools, really expanding or amplifying or growing that. So it's a good feat. Chris and that young crew that now on Sonia now.
Well, with sailing being the national sport, we have a responsibility to make sure that there's a new generation of leadership in these boats, because the older fellas are getting on, and rightly so. We need a new generation of young fellas to come and take over. And Buzzy's son, Chris, he's one of the best junior sailors skippers we have in the country today. And if he continues to sail, he'll certainly be a credible choice to take over the Lady Sonia and parade her and regattas throughout the country. He has the skills to do it.
That is good, but financing is another thing. If the younger generations want to take over, the struggle that this generation now has in being financed, and then to maintain, a young new person has to really, really have his or her heart into sailing to really invest in sailing like that. So there are lots of things in play when we are focusing on developing it. So I think the earlier we reach them through the schooling program, the school and the sailing clubs, it's going to benefit us in the longer run, because this thing needs to be financially based and needs to be organization based and donors based and all that.
Yeah. I think what happened with the sailing now being the national sport, there's a responsibility, to make sure that all those kinds of things are addressed. And I think they will be addressed, because we need to grow the sport, make sure it grows and develops. And we all have a responsibility, all the boat owners and builders, not just themselves alone, but the entire country, because sailing is a pillar of our country. So we have a responsibility to make sure it grows, because what we're trying to do is make sure that one day we have another do it no sailing in the Olympic Games on behalf of the Bahamas.
Right. And ladies and gentlemen, by no means are we neglecting the sailing that's going on out there. We're in the same positions. There's been no overpass.
Yeah.
They still line there. But we're just speaking generally about the way forward with sailing. And I'm trying to figure out now, could we put our hands on that new generation of builders, boat builders, that younger breed? Do we have 15, 5, 4, 3, 2, or 1 that's coming up that you can give a push to keep it alive? So lots of soul searching is being done at this time, with this being the national sport now.
Well, the one step that needs to be done, and right away, is to make sure we have sailing in the curriculum of our schools, in both the government and private schools. So that's where the development is going to take place, and that's where the new generations of sailors will come from.
Would you take a risk in saying that Sonia gained 2 feet on this bed?
It looks so, but the chase is still holding her own there. Sonia's come back very well. The chase now is going around, and she still has her, whatever you call a pretty, sizable lead here. But we'll see. Sonia's doing well. Sonia's coming back. And so we might get in a position whereby the competition in the dance will be between the two
I
boats.
take it on myself to say that she has gained.
Well, we'll see when she comes around the mark.
That's my personal opinion. She has gained.
Oh, yes, she has. She's gained a little. She's gained a little.
Yeah, okay.
She's gained a little. So we'll give her kudos that she's gained a little and she's sailing well. Now, she needs to now go and see whether she can catch the sheep.
That's a task.
That's a task. The sheep is running. So the navigators should go and see if they can catch the sheep. Now, folks, when I say sheep, Long Island, name for these games are, they call themselves the sheep runners. And then Exumer and Ragged Island are the navigators.
I hate to interrupt you. I want to be clear on who's that third place boat.
That third place boat looks to be...
It cannot be Cobra.
It looks to be Cobra.
Big upset, big upset, big upset. Cobra position as a third boat. Big upset, big upset.
Well, we got to be careful now. It's not over yet. But the Cobra's...
But she worked her way.
She worked her way up, So let's see.
I want to be sure. It's very close and tight.
Yes. And, when we got to be careful now. Like I said, the fat lady's waiting to sing. So let's wait until the fact. As a matter of fact, it looks as if even Aunt's Nest.
It is Cobra.
I'm talking about trying to take over the position from the Barbarian. Cobra's round, the third boat round. So Cobra's done very well on that bed.
Ooh, kudos to those guys.
Yeah, I'm surprised. She came from fourth to third, so she's doing well. Here we go again. Aunt's Nest is around, Barbarian is around. So now the race starts between the Aunt's Nest, Cobra, and the Barbarian.
Okay. It's going to be clean. I think Aunt's Nest might take Barbarian on a run, or Barbarian is going to release him and probably lay back. We don't know.
Well, in a position like that, you can't continue to follow the boat if you're going to try and pass the boat. So let's see what they decide to do.
Okay, that's a good tight bunch there. And that's the 5 boats right there, ladies and gents, as they lay out.
So you've had ladies and gentlemen, you had an opportunity to see the positions directly close to you, and Barbarian is tacking away, which makes a whole lot of sense. Aunt's Nest also is tacking, including the Cobra. You can't catch each other following each other, but they all seem to trying to hold each other.
Okay.
So the 3 of them tack at the same time.
So who do you think made that call on the Cobra? Was that the Bowman alone, or they agreed, or?
I think it has to be the skipper and the bowman.
They agreed on
Unless,
that?
And see, here you go. Aunt's Nest is now moving away on that tack. Some of these boats sailed much better on a port lay, and some sailed better on the starboard tack. So they decided that, hey, what we want to do now, we're going on the port tack, and they both are doing well. See, now Barbarian going back, which makes a whole lot of sense,
No, he's shaking up, baby.
Yeah.
A little shaking up.
You don't want to be following a boat and trying to catch that. Go and try and get your own ear and set your own course and your strategy.
So he's putting to the test the conversation of the Cobra, who's now in a tight. Now, who am I going to hold? Right? What decision would you recommend here? Cobra hold on, continue just to go south, or lay back shortly on Barbarian, who is trying to...
Well, I don't think Cobra needs to tack right now, because she's striking a good wind going south there. And so is Aunt's Nest. They're both picking up some uplift going across, towards Foxhill Creek. So there's no need to tack as long as the boat is reaching and winning, and picking up speed, and that's exactly what both of them are doing.
So that was becoming
Yeah,
too hot.
but of course they can't go down there too far, and I think that's why Cobra decided to come back.
Too much heat is in the kitchen for Barbarian just now. That's why she shook back off.
Yeah, because they're watching Barbarian. You need to cover your man. Even though they let Barbarian go, they decide to come back. I don't know what Anson is. Anson's going to come back around now because they can't let those other two boats get too far away from them. And the race is not across on the south side of the course. It's on the either in the middle on the north side of the course itself.
In the meantime, Chase and Sonia are going across, and Chase is getting a big knock, a very big knock, and Sonia would get that knock also. But in the meantime, Sonia is holding her head a little like she wants to be above, but still behind, above of the Chase. If you notice, Sonia is practically nearly going straight behind, and the Chase is taking that knock. That same knock should come down shortly for Sonia. And if it doesn't, little advantage against Sonia. She's trying to get the win on the windward side of the Chase.
The Chase is getting a little knock here, but she's going to recover from that. That's the thing about sailing. You know, you think you're going good and you get these knocks, and the important thing there, you should be able to read the wind to try to avoid. But she's getting right within that tide there, and she's getting the knock. And if Sonia continues to go how she's going, it could be a much closer race at the next windward marker.
Yeah, it's tight up there. They're doing their battle. Barbarian going up the middle of the harbor. And Cobra is basically on the same track that she had during the first lap. She's sitting there. Looks as though she's not moving, but she's moving. She's making her way. Now, Ansnes went even higher, deeper than us south, and Ansnes has joined the team coming back also. But is that a good side? You know, is that a good side? Some have a good side.
Well, we'll see, because the thing is, just watch and see what she does in terms of reaching and winning.
As I see it now, if the Chase had to tack it, it's been very close. Probably a challenge to cut the Sonia at this time. So that's why Stefan is bearing down, trying to reduce that, giving that starboard gap distance between those two vessels.
Yeah, I think Lady Sonia needs a little bit more lift in order to challenge the Chase on, for that advantage right now. The Chase has gotten out of that tide, and she's now sailing again. She's looking good, she's winning, and she's reaching again. But Sonia is still on a good lay. She hasn't gotten off the kind of knockoff that we thought she would have gotten, and so she's now still moving in that direction. So let's see what happens.
I take that risk and say if the Chase tack now, it's going to be very difficult to cut Sonia.
It would be close. I'm not saying I think it would be close. And using the word close and difficult probably are the same. But the thing is that Sonia's gained some ground.
Yes, okay. Chase has entered that dark water over there, and then Sonia is now entering it. So Chase is not going to put up
Chase
much
is now
longer.
Coming back. Now we'll see.
Yeah, he's not
we'll see exactly what happens with the Chase.
Right. He's not going to put up much longer.
And Sonia.
Advantage Chase.
Yeah, advantage Chase, but Sonia's on starboard tack, and if it's close, but Chase still has the advantage, so she still has the advantage. So Stefan came back in time. She didn't want Sonia to build up there and not cover her. So.
And there goes the Chase 10-speed boat between the Chase and Sonia. The old green boat, we should manage that a bit better on the water. Okay, advantage Chase.
Yeah, she's still maintaining her lead.
Ansnes is making well up high also. Cobra also. You'd wonder if you think that the Chase has that buoy, that marker. Is she is lined up for the marker, or above, or on a straight line, or a bit under, has to put in another tack.
I think she's pretty close. She's pretty close. From that vantage point where she tacked from, she should be
She should make the mark on that.
straight on the marker. If not, she'll just have to do a little shimmy and come around.
Okay, Sonia should respond now. And she went higher. She went deeper and higher.
Well, she wants to do it on one tack now, so let's see what happens. It's not easy to sail these boats, particularly when breeze is blowing, you know. You have to have some strength in those arms to control these boats, you know.
The chase is actually smoking.
Oh, yeah, she
The
is.
chase is smoking.
Yeah.
She is rolling.
And she has the buoy in sight, so she's still maintaining her lead.
She's increased the lead now.
On that tack, yes.
The chase is pouring it on and pouring it on and pouring it on. She's about to approach the marker within
Yep.
4 seconds.
Yep, that tack, she had her head directly on that mark, and there she goes. Straight around it. So she's
Yes,
now
so she
headed
become-
back into the bay. The next mark, and then she's on her way to the bay. Well, you know, the fat lady is warming up, getting ready to sing. And she's going to sing for the chase.
Yeah, she has doubled
her lead.
on the Sonia now.
Yeah, and she's stretching it out now. So the fat lady's getting ready to sing for the sheep runner, the chase.
If she is double on the Sonia, Sonia should be doubling on the third position, the third place boat. Also, on the third place boat, look as though they want to double on the fourth place boat. That only leaves the fifth place boat.
Yeah, it's only been a close race between the Cobra, the Barbarian, and Ants Nest, but they're beginning to separate themselves.
Barbarian has two more tacks. She's passing the marker, but she's on the inside. She has 2 more tacks to make. So, yes, the Sonia is really, the chase has really extended that.
Yep.
And the Sonia is storming well. She's doing her thing, going to the marker now. So the closest third place, there comes Sonia now around the marker. Sonia's on the marker.
I want to make the point about Sonia. She's been having a tough time during the first 2 days of this series, but she seems to have gotten her act together today, and the boat is sailing much better.
Yes, I would say the closest now to that marker and third place would be the Barbarian, who's going back towards the marker because she's the highest. Underneath is Cobra all the way to Athol Island. Inside there, and Ants Nest side. Oh, that's going to be a good story with Ants Nest and Cobra. I think Ants Nest going to, these 2 boats going to push Cobra a bit out of a position whenever they make that tack.
Yeah, there comes Sonia. She's sailing much better now. She's reaching, and she's holding a good wind, so she's maintaining her second place position. I think it's going to be difficult to catch the chase, you know, on this leg, because the chase is just doing what she does, reaching and winning right now. And the Sonia is reaching and winning too, but you know, maybe it's just a little bit too late right now. You should have done that on the first lap and make it really a good competitive race.
I feel as though Ants Nest is going to take this third position. Because I don't know if Cobra has the engines to come out of bounded by the knives from Maffel Island across to the marker before Ant's Nest. And you have a Barbarian sitting in the middle of the conversation.
You know, the Sonia right now, she looks as if she's the old Sonia. She's now really sailing. She's sailing much, much better. Chase is getting a little knockoff there. So she's...
I think the Chase is gearing down.
Yeah.
Instead of a knockoff, she's just gearing down because the marker is right there.
Yeah, well, in this bait, you know, it's not like a car. You can't put brakes on. The only way to try to put the brakes on, you got to tack away, and they're definitely not going to tack away now.
Yeah. So the Chase is gingerly approaching the marker.
Yeah, she's gotten a little, you know, bad air coming out, but she's still moving.
The next 6 seconds, she's just setting herself up. Next 6 seconds, she should be around.
But it's been a good series, you know, in the Class B and in the Class C and also in the Class A.
Chase is around.
Yeah, she's around.
Now let's see if we can calculate this third place. Okay, Barbarian. She is tacked. Cobra's coming, storming. And Ant's Nest is above. I don't know. If Ant's Nest cuts Barbarian, he still won't recover in time because Barbarian head should be on the marker. So I would give advantage Barbarian on this to be the third place boat. Yes, she crossed her. There goes the Barbarian, the third place boat going to the marker.
Yep.
Now Cobra is going to put the question to Ant's Nest. This Cobra head is on the marker and Ant's Nest is still coming across. I think Ant's Nest has crossed. So it's a big conversation. Ant's Nest crossing, but Cobra has the momentum. Oh, Cobra has the momentum to blow by. Barbarian is now passing the marker. Now she's going to go into Foxhill Creek. As Lady Sonia's approach about next 20, 25 seconds. She'll be approaching the marker in the Foxhill Creek.
Well, Cobra has come back and she's sailing well. I thought Ant's Nest had an opportunity to overtake her, but no. The Cobra is still holding her on.
Yeah, that's going to be a big battle. That's a brand new show we're going to have to deal with as they work. As Ant's Nest is responding to Cobra.
Here comes Lady Sonia coming around. And so she's done much better today.
Ant's Nest and Cobra. What do you say? Neck and neck, head to head. On the markers right there, and Ant's Nest has just blown by the Cobra.
Yeah. On that leg.
They're very tight. But they both have room.
For a minute, Cobra she now has a tackle rate because she couldn't make the marker. She couldn't make the marker, and she's just juking for the marker. And so, she's juking around it. So here we go. And so, see, that's the problem. When you have to juke around the marker, you're in trouble because Ant's Nest came with a full speed around.
They had to lift the sail with their hands to avoid brushing the marker.
Avoid brushing the marker.
Okay. So they're all around.
Until Ant's Nest is taken over the third place position.
And that was a sizable lead, but that's a very Sonia cannot do anything to her. I don't think she should be able to affect the chase in any way or form on this bed as she affected the first lap. The previous lap she gained decisively she gained, but this lap I think the distance has been doubled or nearly tripled.
Yeah,
so that's too much work to be done now.
Yeah, to catch the chase, you know. The sheep is running. The sheep is rooting up the waters in here in Montague Bay.
And Ant's Nest is making a decision on Cobra this time. And she's just telling her, we're going to move on.
Yep. Anson is being sailed by veteran skipper Leon Brister, and he's sailed in this harbor so many times, so he knows what to do, and he's showing today his good skills can bring him, ahead of those boats. So get him ahead of those boats. Here comes a chase. Still in lead, very comfortable lead.
Yeah, that's a very comfortable lead if you're
Oh,
looking
yeah.
at the screen.
Spin that one, DJ Samuel.
This gives us a good moment to reflect or visit our sailing program through the schools, the collaborating which ministries we possibly think would be collaborating to make sure we have the success in that. If we had to tie in three ministries, would it be three integral ministries?
Well, I think the ministries where the teaching should take place is the Ministry of Education. That's the first ministry. And of course, the second ministry, has to be the Ministry of Agriculture, where the national sport is domiciled. The
Okay.
national sport is in the Ministry of Agriculture and local government. So those two ministries will have to collaborate and come up with programs that will, design curriculum and courses, to teach our young kids about, sailing.
Can we
Not
throw
that-
in the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, the Youth and
Of course.
Sports and Culture?
Yeah,
Youth Sports, yeah.
of course. But you got to look at where the impetus is coming from. And it has to be the Ministry of Education as the lead ministry.
Indeed.
And then, of course, since the national sport is in the Ministry of Agriculture, that ministry has to collaborate, with the Ministry of Education. I think my recommendation would be that, and I've been recommending this since the 90s, that we should try and get sailing on the curriculum, of all the schools. And I think with the dawn of sailing being the national sport, I think that's going to be possible.
So if you had to take a guess, or I wouldn't say you, it's not only your responsibility, we doing this as a nation.
It's a nation, yeah.
If we had to point one of those, unofficially appoint one of those ministries to solicit international donors towards this program, who would have that lead to get the big super donors internationally? Who would you, if you had to make a guess, nothing officially?
I think the way it should be structured, with the national sailing being the national sport, I think the government should set up a committee and fund that committee in order to get the kind of funding that we would need to develop the sport.
Okay. And that's going to be something, because that needs to be far-fetching throughout our family islands. I'm a family islander.
Well, it should be all schools, not just
Yes,
all schools throughout the country.
So in all of this, what strengths do you think that the inter-island regatta committees or sailing committee should have? They should have some strength. And how do we, on the way forward, how do we intend to strengthen them or empower them? Because they're part of this whole mechanism or whatever,
Yeah. What the government realizes is the fact that sloop sailing does so much for these family islands, and that's why the government continued to fund them. And I think the funding should increase, because it has a tremendous economic impact on these family islands. And so if you can't find private sponsors, the government should take the lead through the National Sport, Committee, and task them with that responsibility to find the funding to assist, these family islands in their, sloop sailing programs. And I think what happens now is that we have to find a way to make sure that we can get some assistance to these boat owners, because it's so expensive to maintain and keep these boats sailing throughout the year. So, in many countries, and also particularly in the track and field program, the government gives the athletes subvention. They also give subventions to junk canoes. So now it's time to give subvention to the boat owners to help them along to get their boats ready and to continue to sail.
Yes, but unofficially it's been brought to my attention. Unofficially, I speak, please quote me unofficially, that those two other entities that you spoke of has their structure, they have their literature, their legal documents saying that they are a legitimate body or whatever. And are we going to be on the road close to doing that with the regatta?
Well, I think there should be new focus now on all the regattas and all the programs we need to keep sloop sailing at the top of the sailing spectrum as to where it should be. So until the government decides that they're gonna go ahead with this committee, the National Sailing Committee, to run sailing, that's where the impetus is gonna come from.
Right.
Because they have the design program, they have to look at what's happening in the schools, and they have to work with the ministry to make sure that we get the sailing programs on the curriculum in the schools. The critical thing that we need to do in
Okay,
order to keep the
what
sports going is
Ladies
boat
and
building.
gentlemen, we're not taking our attention away from the race, but just these are some key things that we want to share with you. And that in regards to the school curriculum, the building of that curriculum, we would probably even want to recommend or suggest or guess who would be probably contacted to build that curriculum instead of it just being built at the top. Where do we how do we navigate building that curriculum for the school?
Yeah.
And who are the players in that, without leaving out key persons.
Yeah.
So that's lots of things going on. But back to the scene on the water, we have the Chase sitting comfortably.
Sonia in second.
And believe you me, again, on that bed, Sonia really was betting. Because it's not really the big double gap, but she gained a bit there. So nothing has changed. The Fat Ladies on the stage, as Danny alluded to, right? So we're going to watch him now as the chase comes through. And I think she's through now. Sail is dropped. That means
The race is over.
That's her.
That's her. The first lady, the fat lady is singing for the chase. And Long Island they're rejoicing throughout Long Island and also here in Nassau, and they deserve to do so because their boat has won, and she certainly is going to carry the gold to the sheep runners in this particular series in Class B.
So what is Exuma? Long Island Sheep Runners. Exuma is
The
young men?
Navigators.
The Navigators.
The
And what is
Navigators.
Andros?
Andrews,
Since we call Michael the Flamingo.
yeah, Andrews, I don't know, we need to get Andrews. Andrews.
I mean, we should just it all one time.
Yeah. I'm be sorry about that, because Andrews, I just slipped my memory now with them. I'm sure it's the big yard.
Yeah.
I've been seeing the Andrews logo, we're not dissing Andrews.
We know he do for pineapple.
We know he loses the pineapple,
Yeah.
but we'll get it all together.
Yes, indeed.
I think the public should know that our discussion loop is intended to educate the fans on the street, on the bay, and also throughout the country because they need to know a little bit more about sloop sailing, its history, and where it came from, and what it's all about. Because when you talk about port tack and starboard tack, the general public need to know what we're talking about. So Lady Sonia's in the second place, and she's done well, and she deserves our congratulations. And so Exuma and the Navigators, Exuma and Ragged Island, they should be celebrating this afternoon.
Yes.
Their boat has come in second, and she's done much better today than over the last 3 days.
And with your permission, I'd like to take one more risk. I would like to acknowledge Mr. Loftus Rocco, the former Member of Parliament, Minister for National Security and Immigration. Every regatta, he is present.
Yes.
Every regatta.
He's been present here in Montague Bay. Well, he is a prolific, domino player. He has a passion for playing dominoes.
Yeah.
And that's why you would see him here not only during regattas but throughout the week.
Okay.
That's his passion.
Indeed.
He comes and he plays dominoes here in Montague Bay, and he also goes down to Potter's Key.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I just couldn't let it pass me by.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're getting close to wrapping up of this B class.
Right.
Uh, if you had to take a guess on the 1, 2, 3 medalists in this, there would be which island, name, boat skipper.
Well, certainly Long Island, certainly the boat that will win the gold. There's no question about that. The new Chase. I think the Barbarian, depending on how she finished today, is in contention. And I think the Aunt's Nest also could be in contention.
Right.
Because you have 3 metals, gold, silver, and bronze.
Okay, and I promise myself and everybody on the bay that Cobra and Ansnos will give us a show. And it's happening because Ansnos has passed Cobra, put her adrift, put her straight, but now Cobra's trying to work her way back in to the conversation with Aunt's Nest.
And the Barbarian is coming in. And her logo is the flamingo.
So looking at that from the shore, do you think Cobra is sailing a bit tight on the Ant's Nest? Is he trailing too close, or is it a legal distance?
Well, in the rules it says that the boat on stopping must keep clear of the boat on the lee. So, I'm sorry, we need to mark the Barbarian.
Yes, between Ant's Nest and Cobra coming here, he's trailing him very closely.
Yeah,
right
Barbarian
on the
just crossed the finish line.
Right. I think they're doing it clean. It's a clean race, but just to let you know, the boats seem to be so close, and he seems to be right on his
I think
tail.
the angle we have shows that the advantage right now is Ant's Nest.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah. And in terms of metal standing, I would venture to say that definitely the Barbarian is in the mix for metal for Michael, and I'm so happy about those 3 southern islands. And the Barbarian has done very well. She's had a second and 2/3, so that qualifies her for almost the silver medal. But I wouldn't put my, say that definitive until we add up all the scores. So there goes Ant's Nest in the 4th position.
And there goes Cobra.
Yeah.
So it's very close with those two. Good competitiveness. Okay, and now
So-
can we give a heads up? You run through last time, and then we
Yeah.
talk about the other.
Well, we have the Susan Chase, the first place boat from Long Island, sailing for Long Island. The second place boat is Lady Sonia, sailing for Exuma and Ragged Island. The third place boat is the Barbarian, sailing for Mycal. The 4th place boat is Ant's Nest, sailing for Grand Bahama. And the 5th boat, Cobra, sailing for New Providence. So in my take here, I'm going to go hard on this one. Definitely, I think the goal is going to the Chase. And there's a little toss-up as to between the Ant's Nest and the Barbarian on the silver. But I'm leaning towards, I can't be leaning towards, but the Barbarian has done so well, she's likely to come in, with the silver medal.
Without penalties being applied, we're
Without
not sure
penalties.
from the
And
senior
there
race
were,
committee.
yeah, and there were no penalties in the B-class races throughout the series. So they've sailed a clean series. So, and we want to do, we're going to add the numbers up, and we don't want the fans to take what we say as gospel, but I think they can take as gospel that the Susan Chase has won the gold.
Yeah.
And then we'll leave it up to the silver and the bronze to get the scores to you.
So what do we have on deck now? What's coming up next?
The big boys in Class A.
Okay.
And we need to try and get them off as quickly as we can because there's a closing ceremony and medal presentation this afternoon here in the Bay. So
Right, and the fans said that they don't want no shortened race. They took me to task on that.
they didn't want what?
No shortened race. They want to see those big boys work.
No, we the thing it is, we got a little bit of time, and I think the big boys will probably get 2 long laps. I'm going to leave that up to the race committee, and I'll speak with the race committee. They give them too long after, and that will be it.
Okay.
And that will give us time to get ready for the closing ceremony. Yep. And so I want to thank Bobby again for such a great job they're doing throughout the country and letting the country know, and also internationally, what has been happening here in Montego Bay. Guys, thank you all so much. Great job as usual. Thank you.
Big tune incoming. Coming through like a Category 5 hurricane.
Check it out.
DJ Sam. DJ Sam.
DJ Sampler, I'll run the tune.
Spin that one, DJ Sampler.
Sample what happened, man. Let that one go.
strike out from the gutter. Hide and seek and catch it freeze in the summer. Mama used to say, play with puppy and lick your mouth. Girl, the pieces of silver, man, you know what they're talking about. Boy, don't you stop. Continue to fight. We'll give him peace and love and everything will be alright. Say,
culture you cannot take, the spirit you cannot break. Oh gosh, let me show you how to beat that drum. Down Bay Street till morning come, rushing till the sun turn on. Oh gosh, we rushing on Bay, we going down Bay. 200,000 strong, we on Bay. We rushing on Bay, we going down Bay. Then Shirley Street right away. We rushing on Bay, we going down Bay. Look how the colors display. We rushing on Bay, we rushing on Bay. Then Shirley Street right away. My Bahama Island, proud to call this my home, proud to call this my home, my sweet island. Proud to call this my home, proud to call this my home. We got us every holiday, homecoming, street down day. You can catch me in the bay. Oh gosh, we just got the pole with everyone, sculling the boat, having fun. We can do this all year round. Oh gosh, we party all day, we party all day. 200,000 strong, we all day. We party all day, we party all day. There's endless vibes, we don't play. We party all day, we party all day. 200,000 strong, we all day. We party all day, we party all day. There's endless vibes, we don't play. My Bahama Island, proud to call this my home, proud to call this
Big
my
tune
home.
incoming.
Listen up, my people, I've got something to say, and it concerns you in every way. It's about you and me and our identity. You are a Bahamian through and through. It's time to show it, let the whole world see you. No time to hide. Show your Bahamian pride. Love your flag, wave it from side to side. Up on gold and black represents your pride. Lift your head and say, I'm a proud Bahamian. I'm proud Bahamian. I don't know about y'all, but I'm proud to be Bahamian. Yeah. Hey. We're rich in culture, we can swim, from canoe, fishing and sailing, just to name a few, free from bondage. That was our heritage. Yeah. Our nation isn't perfect, there is more work to be done. Forward, upward, and onward towards the rising sun. Yes, we should be proud. It's time to say it loud. Oh, grab your flag, wave it from side to side. Upward, gold and black represents your pride. Lift your head and say, I'm a proud Bahamian.
Big tune incoming.
I see it. My wage is on the water. Free diving, throw no line is how I survive. Listen, from Foggy to Yellowtail, from Jackfish to Killer Whale, I jump in my dingy boat and I head on down the coast. I need a fish to bite. My kids gotta eat tonight, so I do what they gotta do. Take some fish back for them to stew. I've been in the trail long, and I was
my father's hand, say get it boy to make your man. What you got a big line, son you'll be fine. Just keep your eye out for them road troopers passing by. I'm a moving, a seeing. My work is on the water, free diving, thrown out lining. How I survive. Oh, come on. Let's go down the shore. In weeks I out to sea, the wife is missing me. Yes, I missed him too, but this is what I gotta do. So I'm up with the morning sun. I spend me one baby one. You went and then one day. It's a fair. Gotta get this couple more fish in the fair. Gotta get them on my spare. Three money fish like them. Gotta go really for them. I pull up my fish traps. My boat loaded out the back. More blessings all over me. So much money in the sea. Ocean. A sea. My work is on the water. Free diving. Throw out lightning. How I survive. Oh!
Hello, Ricky, it's Johnny Gek. It's Johnny Gek, man. Listen, don't be trying to keep us locked down. Everyone is going inside the kill man, and I can break it straight, man. I see music. You know when they go, next kill man. Watch this. When the music plays, I'm the first one to dance. Sexy gal don't mind on me. I'm a rum
sampler, man. Run the tune.
Spin that one, DJ Sampler.
Sample what happened, man. Let that one go.
All right, here we go. Hold your ears, folks. It's showtime.
Nassau is the capital, Bahamas. Bimini is the gateway, Bahamas. 1492, Columbus landed. 1973, we were free. From Nassau to Inawa, Bahamas. From Freeport to Lake Warner, Bahamas. Tourists love our country, Bahamas, Bahamas. 700 islands, Bahamas. Happy independence, Bahamas. Happy anniversary, Bahamas. Happy independence, Bahamas. Golden anniversary, Bahamas. Regarding in Tuma, Bahamas. Fishing in Long Island, Bahamas. Sailing on the Melbourne, Bahamas. Diamond Country, West End, Bahamas. Peas and rice and fried fish, Bahamas.
Give them everything.
Pineapple, palm, Bahamas. Mango, palm, agua, Bahamas. That island side of Raven Spray, Bahamas. Happy independence, Bahamas. Happy anniversary, Bahamas. Happy independence, Bahamas. Golden anniversary, Bahamas. Nassau is the capital, Bahamas. Bimini is the gateway, Bahamas. 1492, Columbus landed. 1973, we were free.
Big tune incoming.
242 to the world. The Bahamas is big thing. My island's a big thing. All over is big thing. The Bahamas is big thing. The Bahamas is big thing. My island's a big thing. All over is big thing. The Bahamas is big thing. Now many other countries may be lucky like us, with the sun does shine from dawn till dusk. From Freeport to Inawa, we can travel hassle free. We may never leave on time, but we can check in early. Bahamas is big thing. My island is big thing. All over is big thing. The Bahamas is big thing. Bahamas is big thing. My island is big thing. The fly carrier is big thing. The Bahamas is big thing. So now big thing crew is just a few who just do they do and move right through. So if you are a part of what I just say, then open up your mouth and help represent me. The Bahamas is big thing. My island is big thing. All over is big thing. The Bahamas is big thing. Nassau is big thing. Elutra is big thing. Freeport is big thing. Offshore is big thing. This way is great. So great is great. This way is great. So great is great. Aquamarine, Golden Block, 242, stand up. You've seen the world until you travel here with us. This island type of living, man, you can't get enough. They're just a teardrop of islands from many other nations. They come from there, they come from far. Everybody love our nation. Big thing, my island is big thing. All over is big thing. The Bahamas is big thing. Bimini is big thing.
I wanna see you shaking and jumping like that. Go! Yes! Culture! Check it out! When Ricketts got hit me, man, I feel it in my bones. So much love for the culture. Oh, I just can't leave it alone. Can take a trip to an old island. Can jump aboard Bahamas there. Grab my drum and I'll grab my saw. Can't miss no festival this year. No! Some say it's magical, some say it's musical. Come get your belly full of Bahamian culture. Some get emotional, some take it personal. Get all hysterical, come Bahamian culture. What? Boy, listen here. I miss no regard either, but what? Yes! Culture, man! But hit me thing. Let's go! Check this! When last you shooting marbles, make a kite flip and flop. Check! When last you swim in the blue hole, when last you try spinning top. Listen! When last you eat some ben cake, when last you had a piece of tart. culture. Or break bread out in the yard. It's so original, it's so erotical, and it's so natural. This Bahamian culture, it's not just seasonal, not only a ritual, but it's so visual. This Bahamian culture, some say it's jovial, they get devotional, they take it personal. This Bahamian culture.
I do this for we, I do this for culture. This your boy, son.
Big tune incoming.
Woo! Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. I do this for we, I do this for culture. I do this for you, just to show that I love ya. Don't mind anybody else, you got to think for yourself. Some things I could do myself, but right now I really need your help. Just listen attentively, I got some questions to ask ya. Let's go! If I pick up something and wave, follow me, follow me. If I grab someone and whine, follow me, follow me. If I get up, jump up and down, I say, follow me, follow me. If I teach you how to rake and scrape, follow me. If I pick up something and wave, follow me, follow me. If I grab someone and whine, follow me, follow me. If I get up, jump up and down, I say, follow me, follow me. If I teach you how to rake and scrape, follow me. I thank God for life and what He is giving.
Give them everything you've got.
We must praise the Most High, we in the land of the living. Let's go! Don't mind anybody else, you got to think for yourself. Some things I could do myself, but right now I really need your help. Just listen attentively, I got some questions to ask ya. If I pick up something and wave, follow me, follow me. If I grab someone and whine, follow me, follow me. If I get up, jump up and down, I say, follow me, follow me. If I teach you how to rake and scrape, follow me.
Big tune incoming.
Something and wave, follow me.
Coming with the Bahamian team. Come on. Woo!
Oh yeah.
Give them everything you've got.
I's a Bahamian, hairy born and bred. I don't want to live nowhere else, even when I dead. I's a Bahamian, and I always late. If you want me there by 9, better tell me come 8. See, I's a Bahamian, and I don't like say nobody gonna spend my money when I go to my grave. Yes, I's a Bahamian, don't wanna make no fuss, but if you ain't know what outside playing, you one of us. Like Andrews grabbing dough, don't act like you don't know, you know. Oh, how Bahamian go? Oh, don't you know? Yes, how Bahamian go? Oh, let's go.
DJ Sampler, now run the tune.
So proud to be Bahamian.
Spin that one, DJ Sampler.
I know I can show blow happen, man. Let the one go. Watch this. See, I's a Bahamian, I love to compete, but when my side lose, I say they cheat. See, I's a Bahamian, and I like the Vince. I like the Lakers too, but only when they win. I's a Bahamian, shopping is a thing. Go Miami for 2 days, come back talking with slang. See, I's a Bahamian, I come with a price. You say you want my vote, better treat me right. Them Papa go Conky Joe, oh how I love them so they know. Yes, how Bahamian go. Oh, yeah they know. How my people know.
Big tune incoming.
The sun comes up with a burning glow, shines down on paradise below. I'm talking about the Bahamas, you know, a beautiful archipelago. Now go, 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 brag about the beauty. Tell them we friendly. Oh, tell them we proud of the country.
Give them everything
Tell them they
you've
could
got.
come see. Then say I'm proud to be a Bahamian. Proud to be a Bahamian. Proud to be a Bahamian, yes. God gave this land to me. Onward, upward together, boasting our rich culture, inspiring our young and old, with perseverance.
Coming through like a Category 5 hurricane.
Check it out, up your heads to the rising sun. Our heroes left us a race to run. Let's protect our sovereignty, yes, together in harmony. Then say I'm proud to be a Bahamian. Oh, I'm proud to be a Bahamian. Oh, I'm proud to be a Bahamian. God gave this land to me.
Big tune incoming. Tune incoming.
Woke up on the right side of the bed. I feel so good, sweet vibes are in my head. I feel so good and it's a new day. I wanna thank the Lord and push my troubles away. catching fish.
Big tune
You could
incoming.
hear Papa whistling like this. Oh, whistle, Papa. Whistle, whistle. Hey. He was a Cat Island man, a gentleman. He said to be kind to all mankind. For a master in Ebenezer, in Dumfries at the church upon the hill. Oh, aye. So fascinating to see someone whistle in harmony, and the look on his face, whistling lead, alto, tenor, and bass. Oh, whistle, Papa, whistle, Papa, whistle, Papa, you whistle. Aye.
Big tune incoming. Coming through like a Category 5 hurricane.
Check it out.
DJ Sam. DJ Sam.
A young boy, Mama used to say, learn all you can, boy, prepare for rainy day. Please stay in school, boy, hear what the teachers say. This poem from the Royal Reader will help you on your way. If you drive the nail right, boy, hit it on the head. Strike with all your might, boy, while the iron is red. When you work to do, boy, you must do it with the will. They who reach the top, boy, must first climb the hill. Standing at the foot, boy, gazing at the sky. How do you get up, boy, if you never try? Though you stumble off, boy, don't be downcast. Try and try again, boy, you'll succeed at last.
DJ Sampler, man, run the tune. Spin that one, DJ Sampler.
Sample what happened, man. Let that one go.
Be a rude boy, in any way. Study real hard, boy, someday it's gonna pay. Don't ever stop, boy, remember what mama say. 'Cause you will find a mean world waiting to play. Drive the nail right, boy, hit it on the head. Strike with all your might, boy, while the iron is red. When you work to do, boy, you must do it with the will. They who reach the top, boy, must first climb the hill. Standing at the foot, boy, gazing at the sky. How do you get up, boy, if you never try? Though you stumble off, boy, don't be downcast. Try and try again, boy, you'll succeed at last.
I say 1 plus 1 is 11. They say we living in a dark, dark world. But I tell them, say, all worlds not go to heaven. Sweat, love, and taste. Toiling all day. Watch as you grow. Friends and family drift away. Boy, don't you stop. Continue to fight. Forgive them peace and love, and everything will be alright. My culture. They say homes and coffee not honored. Spare feet by the pump, by to water. Scrub on shelly piece, I come from the gutter. hide and seek and catching fleas in the summer. Mama used to say, play with puppy and lick your mouth. Dirty pieces of silver, man, you know what they're talking about. Boy, don't you stop. Continue to fight. Forgive them peace and love and everything will be alright. Say,
I'm Bahamas. If you're proud to be Bahamian, put your flags in the air, put your hands in the air. My Bahama Islands. Proud to call this my home. Proud to call this my home. My sweet island. Proud to call this my home. Proud to call this my home. Let me show you how to break and split. My culture you cannot take. The spirit you cannot break. Oh gosh. Let me show you how to beat that drum. Down Bay Street till morning come. Rushing till the sun turn on. Oh gosh. We rushing on, baby, going down, babe. 200,000 strong, we on, babe. We rushing on, baby, going down, babe. Then Shirley Street right away. We rushing on, baby, going down, babe. Look how the colors display. We rushing on, baby, rushing on, babe. Then Shirley Street right away. My Bahama Islands. Proud to call this my home. Proud to call this my home. My sweet island. Proud to call this my home. Proud to call this my home. We got us every holiday. Homecoming, speed down day. You can catch me in the bay. Oh gosh. We just got the pole with everyone. Sculling the boat, having fun. We can do this all year round. Oh gosh. We party all day, we party all day. 200,000 strong, we all day. We party all day, we party all day. This endless vibes, we don't play. We party all day, we party all day. 200,000 strong, we all day. We party all day, we party all day. This endless vibes, we don't play. My Bahama Island. Proud to call this my home. Proud to call this
Big
my
tune
home.
incoming.
Listen up, my people, I've got something to say, and it concerns you in every way. It's about you and me and our identity. I am. You are a Bahamian through and through. It's time to show it, let the whole world see you. No time to hide. Show your Bahamian pride. Love your flag, wave it from side to side. Up on gold and black represents your pride. Lift your head and say, I'm a proud Bahamian. I'm proud Bahamian. Fun. I don't know about y'all, but I'm proud to be Bahamian. I am. Hey. We're rich in culture, we can swim, jump, canoe, fishing and sailing, just to name a few, free from bondage. That was our heritage. Our nation isn't perfect, there is more work to be done. Forward, upward and onward, towards the rising sun. Yes, we should be proud. It's time to say it loud. Oh, grab your flag, wave it from side to side. Upward, gold and black represents your pride. Lift your head and say, I'm a proud Bahamian.
Big tune incoming.
I see it. My work is on the water. Free diving, throw no line is how I survive. Listen, from foggy to yellowtail, from jackfish killer whale, I jump in my dingy boat and I head on down the coast. I need a fish to bite. My kids gotta eat tonight, so I do what I gotta do. Take some fish back for them to stew. I've been in the trade long, and I was headstrong. My By my father's hand, say get big boy to make them man. What you got a big line? Son, you'll be fine. Just keep your eye out for them road troopers passing by. I'm a moving, a seeing. My work is on the water. Free diving, thrown out lining. How I survive. Oh, come on. Let's go down the shore. Weeks I love to see your wife is just missing me. Yes, I missed him too, but this is what I gotta do. So I'm up with the morning sun. I spend me one big one. Red and then one gray. It's a prayer. Gotta get this couple formations in prayer. Gotta get them on my spare. These money fish trap like gems. Gotta go with the people them. I pull up my fish traps. My boat loaded out the dock. More blessings all over me. So much money in the sea. Ocean. I see it. My work is on the water, free diving, throw out lightning, how I survive. Oh! Hello, Ricky, it's Johnny Gang. It's Johnny Gang, man. Listen, don't be trying to keep us locked down. They want to go outside and go back to the break it straight, man. That's sweet music. You know why they go there. You know why they go there, still, man. Watch this. When the music plays, I'm the first one to dance. Sexy gal don't mind on me, while I rum in my hand. Reggae spread so sweet, don't think you understand. I go in to mash up the place every time I go by the farm. I always get catch, drinking till I lose and I wet. Nobody gon' watch me if I can't bad and I sweat. On your market set, strong but I ain't missing a step.
Tune incoming.
If you ain't feel the vibe, then stay over there by yourself. When Reagan's great return, I can dance, I can sing, I can wave my flag. When Reagan's great return, I can drink all the rum, I can get on my. When Reagan's great returns, I can dance, I can sing, I can wave my flag. When Reagan's great return, I can drink all the rum, I can get on my. Get him, Ricky! Just give me the Reagan's great. Beat that drum and scrape that rain. I get strapped inside Long Bay. I
ensemble. Man, run the tune.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final series race for this 6 Bahamas games. The big boys are now sailing in the third race. And the starting position are as follows. The New Courageous in the second position. The New Legend fourth. The Good News third. Rough Justice sixth. Ed Sky fifth. And the Silent Partner has the starting number 1 position. They're on the starting line now, and we should be off in a matter of seconds to get this race underway. The big boys. So this is the final race in Class A. This is what you've been waiting for, so we're bringing it to you live and in colors. The A-class race, the third race of the series. And we have the boats, Courageous sailing for Exuma and Ragged Island, New Legend sailing for Long Island, Good News sailing for Bimini and the Berry Islands, Rough Justice sailing for Andros, Ed Sky sailing for New Providence, and Silent Partner sailing for Grand Bahama. So those are the islands that are competing in this final A-class series.
Yes, and I want to say, join with Danny and say that these guys are serious. I mean, I spoke with the skippers, the bowmen, some of the crewmen of these particular sailboats. They are serious about this one. So we really want you to enjoy this. Hit the screen and bear with us. We may make a few mistakes on the calls, but bear with us. This is our last race, and this is how we're going to sell this national sport. As these big boys just make an assault on the seas out there. So stand by for the good.
Yeah, we want to end this series with on the grand finale with the heavyweight boys, the A-class race. This is going to be an exciting race. So ladies, just stand by and be prepared to enjoy yourselves. Because these boats, they're going to move fast through Montague Bay today, and here we go.
Right, and I had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Van Cartwright this morning. He's CEO of the Rough Justice, and he said, yesterday was a bad day. Today, I will do it. And he has the big Josh on the bow. Mark Knowles is on the tiller. So some good experience on the sea there. So we see what she does. But the crew from down there, the crew that's sailing the Silent Partner, they said they did a good performance. They had a good performance yesterday. They want to even step it up also today. So everybody wants to step it up. So who gets off the lines well and who sustain the fierce assault on this track.
Yeah. So you got to be ready. Any little mistake you make, you're out of the race. The bowman and the skipper have to communicate and call the tack they want. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. It's going to be exciting. All of them are on the starting line. The race committee going to give the course in a couple of minutes, and then we're on our way. This race will determine the gold medal, the silver medal, and the bronze medal in the Class A for the various islands. And those islands, as I mentioned, Exuma and Ragged Island, Long Island, Bimini and the Berry Islands, Andros, New Providence, and Grand Bahama. Those are the islands that are competing this afternoon with in the big boys category.
And just while we're waiting now to start that race, I want to just share some information on our behalf. We apologize for not aligning the Bahama Games title to the particular island. Long Island, Sheep Runners, Exuma and Ragged Island, and Navigators, Andros, Chickcharnies, Bimini, Berry Islands, Marlins, Grand Bahama, Lucayan Indians, New Providence, Buccaneers, Athens and Long Key, Krill and Long Key, Flamingos, and Eleuthera, Adventurous, and Columbus Isles, Sansal Nolos,
and ladies,
Arwax.
They off and running, Luke. They're off and running.
Okay, here we go. There goes the gun. There goes the race. And so let's enjoy.
Let's enjoy. They've started, ladies and gentlemen.
We have Ed Sky looking fairly well. She's taking a lead towards to Paradise Island. That's the Ed Sky.
I think the Ed Sky has a sail up. The Legend just getting underway.
Rough Justice working.
Rough Justice sail is already up. She's on the way.
Good news. We're getting a good clean start.
Clean start. They all have gotten a clean start. So we're in for a dandy this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And while I had the opportunity, Luke, I couldn't remember Andrews, and I must apologize to all the Andrews fans And the Andrews logo is the Chick Channy. And they tell me if you go to Andrews and you see the Chick Channy and you laugh at him, he's going to eat you.
And I must say, the big legend is firing now. She's firing now. The big legend, there she goes.
Yep, she's on. She's firing on all cylinders right now.
And the silent partner has that number one windward mark position on the buoy. She's off to a good start also.
Yep. So the big boys are off, and let's see what happens. As soon as they separate and we can give a reading on who's leading, we'll let you know.
We got a good matchup. I think that seems to be a good matchup in the middle there with the legend, and I think it's going to be the Courageous on top of her. So that's a good match to watch. Also, as Rough Justice is laying out with Hitler on the tiller, Josh on the bow.
Yeah, Rough Justice is moving. Pretty boat. She's striking a good bend right now. That's Rough Justice. There she goes.
Okay, no neglect. We have the good news. She's on her way also. Won't leave anybody out. But the legend is really making a statement because this is a not a grudge match, heavy competition. As small as the crowd is there, that's heavy traffic powering towards. You're working their way across there, then they're going to work up to the windward marker.
Yeah,
so that's some heavy traffic going out there.
Yeah, she's on course. She's sailing. They have it together, and she's moving.
So it's very hard to determine now, to say who first place, both are in first place position at this time. But there goes the good news, peeling off. The pressure in the kitchen causes many things.
Yeah, she's going back on the stab attack right now. They all started on, they all started on the stab attack. Good news, no going back now on the port tack. Silent partner is off. So she's come back and she's doing well.
Okay, now there's a big move made by the Courageous.
Yep.
Courageous is going back, heading east, now laying back to go south. So how long will the legend tolerate that? Here comes the legend as we speak. So that's going to be a dogfight, and here comes Ed Sky as we speak. So
they're all
everybody's
back
laying
on port tack. So you have to hold your man. So if you see what's going on, and you got to read the weather.
And as you see, Legend she's trying to get full out, but as quickly as Courageous tack, she was on her way.
Yep.
So that's a little challenge they have with getting that quick turn out of the Legend. But now she's building it up, and Courageous is building it up. And Rough Justice is all the way out on the weather of everybody coming across. We see what's going on with the Rough Justice and the silent partner who crosses Sue in that regard.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we off to a dandy start in the Class A. They're just trying to, position themselves to get the lead here. Wow.
Silent partner
just cut the Legend.
Cut the Legend going up there?
On that tack.
So she cuts the Legend. I think she's going to cut Rough Justice. Yeah.
So, wow, there she goes. Silent partner, she's improved, and she's done well over the last 2 days to improve, upon the first day sailing, she's had some difficulties. So she just crossed the Legend. But she has to be really careful, because if you cross the Legend and you don't go back to cover the Legend, you could very well be in trouble.
But this is going to be a big conversation. Will she cut the Rough Justice?
Well, let's see.
I think she is. She has established that.
Yes.
Cut the Rough Justice.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the silent partner has cut the Legend and the Rough Justice. Now the question is, what does she do after cutting those two boats? Well, she can't let them get away.
I think she could just continue on her way, because the war is on that Courageous called the Legend. and
Yeah.
that's it. And the rest are following that path.
Yeah.
So
Well, if the Courageous and the Legend are going to fight, Silent Partner should use that opportunity to get away because she cut both the Rough Justice and the Legend. She didn't cut the Courageous, so let's see what happens there. So
Yes,
she's
sir.
moving pretty good.
yeah, she's on her own going that
Yeah.
way, and she should. I think they're having a good conversation.
Now they're coming back. They should. They should come back because the rules of the game here is you got to cover your man. Don't sail yourself out of the race. And so Silent Partner did the smart thing to come back, to cover those boats.
But we have a Nabi on the bow. Probably whispered that down the line. It went down the line to Morris on the tiller.
Yeah. So this is an interesting start.
Yes, I'm watching Rough Justice rather closely because she promised the whole crowd on the beach that she's going to put on a big performance this particular race. You know.
She's going to show her shape this race.
Yep.
Well, she has a very aggressive guy holding the tiller, Hitler. Not only the best boat builder in the country, but he's also, a renowned skipper in his own right. He's a good skipper, a veteran skipper, and one of the best.
And I think Rough Justice is high enough now to see if Courageous or Running Tide.
No Running Tide, Legend.
Not Legend, Courageous or Legend Tack. I think Rough Justice is in a position to have a statement when they meet. She's high enough for that.
Yep.
And I think this is good news coming across.
Yeah. That's a Rough Justice. 10-10, the Bible 10. That's her number. So here she goes. She's moving well. Let's see.
I think the good news has established. Oh. Courageous has established the cutoff there.
Oh, yeah, the Courageous is there.
She's coming back now because the Legend has tacked. So Courageous is going to tack because Courageous knows she recovers more quickly. Technically, she recovers more quickly. But this time, the Legend is firing off attack.
Yeah. Well, the object here is don't let your man get away. They're racing against each other. Those two boats, the Long Island boat representing Legend representing Long Island, and the Courageous representing Exuma and Ragged Island. So you have, the sheep runners versus the navigators.
Okay, and the Legend and Rough Justice. So I think the Legend's established that she's going to cut her. Yes, the Legend cuts the Rough Justice.
Cool, wow. Yes, there she goes, the Legend.
And if the Rough Justice cuts the good news, I don't know if she's
the Courageous also cut the Rough Justice, so
but it hasn't.
Let's see.
It hasn't been executed yet. I think Rough Justice is going to attack because that's a lot of pressure coming from the Courageous and good news.
Yeah, the Courageous on starboard tack, so Rough Justice realized she couldn't cut her, so she tacked back.
Yes, and right in front of cross good news. So he's between.
Yes, he's between them.
While we're speaking of that,
let's see Silent Partner and Legend. The Legend
gets
cut
her
the
back.
Silent Partner. Legend gets her back.
Right.
It means that Silent Partner took too long to tack to cover the Legend on that first cut she gave to the Legend. That is the name of the game. You have to cover your man. She bait too late, and the Legend came back and cut her again. So, the Legend is a boat with a lot of speed. So, you have to be on your P's and Q's. To keep her under your belt. So here we go.
Well, we haven't mentioned Ed Sky. She's heading into Foxhill Creek. Her normal routine is to go very, very, very deep and then come storming out. So that's Ed Sky heading into the Foxhill Creek over there. And now you're going to have a power showdown between Courageous, Rough Justice, and the Good News. And Courageous has to make a move because Legend is
getting away.
Smoking. Legend is smoking under there.
Yeah, the Legend is getting away from the pack.
And I think Legend has that marker covered. So here comes Courageous trying to even the score.
Well, the Courageous is just high of the Legend, but the question is, I think the Legend is just slightly ahead. So let's see what happens.
Believe you me, Rough Justice is on now on the weather of Courageous.
Yeah, This is a question of experience, skilled. You got to decide to tack when you should tack and the reason why you're tacking to cover next boot.
Just technically watching it, the rough justice, the courageous has to shake rough justice because something can be in the mix. Something can be in the mix there. He has to shake him now, right? Because Legend has eyes on the marker.
Yep.
And rough justice is on the weather of courageous.
It looks like Courageous is winding her way back to get in front of the rough justice right now.
Yep. But listen, the Legend, ladies and gentlemen, the Legend is really putting on a show there. She is parting the sea.
Yeah. She's stretching out. She's reaching powerfully right now, the Legend, on that tack. And she has the buoy in sight. She can't make the buoy yet, so she has to go a little bit more. But she's on course to likely come around that windward marker first.
And as they're sailing there, just in case it's not on the screen, the Legend has passed the marker but has quite a distance to go before she'll be able to
make the marker.
Lay back or make the marker.
Yeah.
But in the middle is Rough Justice, seemingly to be on top of the Legend, on top of Courageous, but Courageous seemingly to be on top of the Legend. Both of those, Courageous now about passing the marker, but closer than the Legend. But the Rough Justice is sitting high on Courageous and high on the marker. So if she's motoring, I think Mark might have conjured up something because they're right up there around the marker now.
Well, we'll see. We'll wait till they get closer because let's see who's going to make the first tack for the marker.
Right, we have Silent Partner chugging along, coming across also, followed by Ed Sky, who went all the way, and then good news, I think she's executing a tack right now.
Yeah. Here comes the Legend. She's still going to attack.
Legend's not coming yet? Okay.
She's still on that starboard tack.
They all will have to be there for a bit, but does she have sufficient? I think she can might fend off Courageous, but I don't think if she can fend off.
It's going to be close between the two of them when the Legend tacks.
No, but she might can handle the Courageous, but I don't think she can handle Rough Justice if attack has to go down now.
Yeah. Well, neither of those three boats can make the buoy right now, so they have to continue to sail on that starboard tack until they're able to make the buoy. Once the first boat tack, that gives you an indication of who might reach that windward marker first.
Well, Rough Justice is really motoring. On people from the shoreline, ladies and gentlemen, it's not on the screen, it looks as though the boat that's closest to Athol Island, that's the big Legend. The other one would be the Courageous. And then you have Rough Justice on top of both of those. They've passed the marker for quite a bit now, but quite a distance to go before anybody can lay back and come to the marker.
To that marker. So they got a little while to get to that marker. Just watch the Legend. She's coming around now because she realized from that vantage point she can make the marker. The question is, what will the Rough Justice and the Courageous do now that the Legend is tacked?
I think Legend should execute this cut because Legend should build up.
Yeah, she's built up quite a bit. So the Courageous and the Rough Justice, they're on starboard tack. The Legend's on the port tack, and it looks as if the Legend's going to cut both of them. Oh, she did.
Yes, she could. Yes, so
Courageous. And now she's going to cut the Rough Justice.
So
she does. Legend cut both of them. So the lead boat right now, folks, is the Legend.
So that calculates it now.
Yep.
Does the Rough Justice want the second, or does the Rough Justice want the first? Or will she just hold the boat that's under her?
Well, I don't think she can do that right now. She needs to sail and make sure she gets to the marker before the new Courageous. Clearly, the Legend is in the lead
See, rough justice tack now.
Tack.
That's it. That's Marco.
Yeah, and the rough justice stacking for the marker. So the rough justice right now will be the boat in second position. The courageous now is coming around.
And she would have to do some sailing if she wants to catch the rough justice, because Hitler and those promised quite a few people to show that he's going to win this race. So if he
Well, you know, you have
okay,
Right now.
legend approaching the marker.
yes, she's approaching the marker. She's rounded.
Legend is past the marker.
The first boat around the mark is the legend, the new legend.
A comfortable lead. Comfortable lead.
The courageous doesn't appear to be firing as much as she did yesterday. She was really sailing much better than today.
Yep, she's getting dropped.
Yeah.
Great. Rough Justice has dropped her. And if we put the question to the boat, I think the it wants to look like the silent partner could have sneaked in the, between those two.
And get the second turn, but I don't know. Let's see. Silent partners on starboard tack, the rough justice on port tack. Let's see what happens.
And Ed Sky is on top of silent partner. Okay, rough justice cleared. In the meantime, you have the big legend coming on a bed.
Yep.
So some heavy traffic about the
So
marker now.
the second boat around the windward marker, ladies and gentlemen, is the rough justice. She's the second boat around the windward marker. Coming back.
The third boat should be courageous if Ed Sky doesn't slip in there.
Yeah, let's see. The courageous. She's cut the silent partner.
She's going to cut Ed Sky also.
Yeah.
Ed Sky is right there.
Yeah. That Sky tacked in front of her.
This guy crossed him.
Yeah, crossed him and tacked
Ed
in
Sky
front of
actually
him.
crossed him, and yes, okay. Some juggling going on there.
The new courageous is not firing as she did yesterday right now. But she'll get the third turn in third place. The new courageous. Ed Sky did a pretty good tack on that, but the courageous just beat it to the marker.
It's tight, very close on, very tight, heavy
But when
traffic, heavy
she
traffic.
got to be careful. When the Ed Sky tack, the Ed Sky may tack directly in the front of her. So let's see what happens.
Ed Sky has the
Oh,
inner truck.
Well, Ed Sky, when you come to the marker on port, your boat tend to go dead. So the third boat round is the new courageous.
It looks like the silent partner has a easier task with the good news going around.
Yeah. Silent partner cut both of those boats, and she waited too long to tack back to cover those two boats she cut.
But that's speed and pressure, and if you don't respond the right time appropriately,
yeah,
you find yourself further and further
back.
I'm back, right indeed.
So there you have it, folks. The Legend is the lead boat, followed by the Rough Justice. And the Courageous is in third position, followed by Ed Sky. And the fifth boat is the Silent Partner. And the good news hasn't reached the markers yet.
Right. So, what do you think going through the mind now of the bowman on the boat that is in second place? What is he reading of the legend now? What is he feeding to the skipper on the Rough Justice? What will he be feeding back?
Well, they have to think about how they're going to make up that distance that the legend has on them. So that's a critical decision for them to make.
Particularly
And the only way they can do that, they'll have to be outsailing the legend almost, 2-1 in order to do that. And I think that's not going to be possible. You know, the Legend is a big boat. She has Val rig and she's moving.
Yeah.
It's not easy to catch her when she's in the lead. And she has a comfortable lead on the Rough Justice right now.
Indeed so.
So, ladies and gentlemen, while we watch them as they head to, the good news is now coming around the Windward marker. Head to the next buoy. I just want to take this opportunity to let you know that immediately after this race, we'll have the closing ceremony right here in Montague Bay. We will give out the gold, silver, and bronze medal to the winners. We can say with certainty, Sassy Sue in the C class for Long Island will get the gold medal in Class C. And we can say with certainty, the Susan Chase from Long Island will get the gold medal in the B class. So we're just now waiting for who's going to get the medal in this race. And the boat that is leading the way right now is the Legend from Long Island.
And just for those on the shoreline, if you're not reading the screen, you can see an orange ball when you look out to sea. They're coming towards that. That's the marker.
The marker.
While they're heading towards. And I think they'll be doing another sail away or a lap back up there.
Oh, yeah, they're going to go back up for a second lap and then finish.
So for those who are visiting for the first time hearing the sailing language, it's very simple. They'll be coming right to that orange ball, and they're going to go around that orange ball and sail back out to the other orange ball. And you've learned something today from sailing. That's 201. As we run through the lineup again, Danny, you run through the lineup again. You have the big Legend. That mammoth of a boat leading.
Well, you know, you have the Legend is in first place, sailing out of Long Island. And the second place boat is the Rough Justice sailing for Andros. And the third place boat is the New Courageous sailing for Exuma and Ragged Island. Those are the three leading boats right now.
So it's spread out neatly. No one's really pushing foul there. I think we're sailing a clean race at this point.
Yeah. You know, I'm very proud of the fact that up until this point, starting on Saturday, we haven't had any protests in any of the three classes, A, B, and C. Maybe I don't want to talk too quickly because we might end up getting one in this race. But from Saturday to now, we haven't had a protest, and so everybody, they all have been sailing a clean race and following the rules. So that is great.
So kudos.
Good news.
Kudos to those skippers and teams.
Teams. Yeah. Nobody's trying to take advantage of the rules. They are obeying and following the rules. So the protest committee didn't have anything to do this weekend. They were loafing because they didn't have any protests to adjudicate.
Not on the shoreline. That's another committee on the shoreline.
Right.
Yeah, I used to be a part of that committee on the shoreline, and we run a rough operation on the shoreline. We have 17 committees on the shoreline saying what went wrong and what went right. Okay.
Here comes the Legend. And the committee boat.
And believe it or not, some of these are stronger batters than some, so the distance might have shrinked a bit somewhere down the pack. Because this is deemed as a strong leg for one or two of these particular boats.
It's going to be very difficult for them to catch Legend. She's a big boat, powerful boat, with a huge spread, and that powers her along. So it's not easy to catch her when she's out front in front of you, particularly when she has a very good skipper, and Stefan knows.
Yes, we have the good news. She's coming.
Coming around.
Yep. It looks as though the silent partner is really gained on the bed a bit from the rear.
The silent partner came back and she was doing much better, than she did, the last 2 days. So he looks to be back and almost trim. I didn't get the impression that she was trim because the sail that she was carrying really was a little too small for this weather. But she's sailing much better.
Okay, as they're tightening up now to come to this marker, we hope to keep everything clean. Nobody's right on the stern of the other person to push that foul there. They're hard adhering to the rules. Keep it clean all the way through.
Yeah, the Legend has a clean route around the marker, and also the rough justice. It's only those boats in the back of them. We'll see if they battered each other, and we need to give buoy room turning that marker.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you notice, that's the committee boats circling the marker. It's simply telling them the approach to take on this home mark here to turn. It has circled twice. Going one more time. Now that shows the lead boat. And then that message is also trickles down the line just to reinforce what we told you before the race started. How would it be leaving the buoy? Will it be to port or will it be to starboard?
Starboard.
Right, so they were just enhancing that, letting them know.
So that they wouldn't make a boo-boo on the turn and have to throw themselves out of the race. So, but she has a lead that if she turns the wrong way, she still has time to get back and go around the buoy in the red wing. But of course, she has an experienced skipper in Stefano. They know exactly how they're going to turn this marker.
Yes, sir. What we can guess on now after this turn around this marker here. Will everybody just follow the leader, or will some person branch off or pick a man to hold? Lots of things going through their minds
Well,
now.
the thing it is, if a boat is in the front of you, you're not going to catch that boat following you because that boat is going to always try to keep you down. So you have to take another course. You're not going to catch the boat following a boat because that boat has you behind him or her. And whatever you try to do, that boat is going to keep you underneath them.
Okay, you can move from the screens and watch the Legend as she goes around this marker.
The leeward marker, yep. And she's turning it on port. She's coming around this marker on port. There she goes.
So she's going to build up her face. Watch the Legend as she begins to lock down and put the choke hold on this race. Here comes the rough justice now. The gap, it looked a bit bigger, but I think rough justice got a gain. She gained a bit.
It's a rough justice.
And that's courageous right there. So now this is another ball game coming into play now. Will Courageous and Rough Justice continue in pursuit of the Legend after they built up some speed, or will one or two lay back or continue?
It looks as if the Courageous has caught up a little bit on the Rough Justice, but we'll have to see. From this advantage point, it looks as if they've gained a little bit on the Rough Justice, but I'm not too sure.
He's on the lead,
Yeah.
trying to power
Yeah.
from the lead. Coming around now, Ed Sky, followed by Silent Partner. And And Ed Sky says, man, I need to shake this guy.
Yep.
So Courageous is calling. Courageous made the first overseas call.
She's
She's calling to Legend or Running Tide.
no, Rough Justice.
Rough Justice, my correction there.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Rough
Larry.
Justice.
She's
calling.
made the call. Anybody's picking up the phone?
Let's see what happens. You know,
Who's going to pick up the phone?
she's she realizes that, hey, I'm not gonna catch these boats by following them, so she's taking a different course, you know, to win with Maka.
And the Legend is just laying it out, putting everything into the game, going that way.
Let's see if this tack that Courageous made is a good one, and that she can get a lift and perhaps gain some ground on the Rough Justice or the Legend. Let's see what happens.
Well, we don't know if the tide is a bit down there. I don't know if Legend would push it to across the bar, or if she already passed the bar.
Courageous is sailing good out there. You know, let's see. Better that's a favorable, favoring tack for her. The Legend is not moved by that tack. She's continuing on her course. So the Legend sees something, and that is probably worked to her advantage, and so she's not tacking.
Courageous was trying to calculate when they attack, but now Courageous is laid back, right? So because he was guessing they should have been tacking by now.
Yeah.
That's only my opinion. It's only my opinion. So Courageous is taking a higher track on the same track, but taking a higher run at it.
Now the Legend is coming around.
And I think out of that mix, out of that chemistry, Courageous might be shooting at the Rough Justice. I think
the Legend is going back on the starboard tack right now. So Courageous has come back on the port tack. Let's see what happens.
Mind you, we're not neglecting the other vessels. They're sailing. They're going by their charted courses.
Yeah. I think the fans want to know who's leading and who's in first, who's in second, and who's third, and maybe also fourth. So we got to give them all the marbles. All of them are around now. Rough Justice is tacking back now. He's going now back on a starboard tack. She's crossing Ed Sky.
Okay, now Legend and Rough Justice they're not doing much plowing coming this way, but Courageous is really sliding over there to join them again. Will she be in the same position, or will she drop back, or will she be beyond Rough Justice?
Well, the thing is, we need to determine. The Courageous need to determine. She has two boats in the front of her, so she needs to clip them one at a time, and she's more than likely to get pretty close to the Rough Justice.
Legend is holding ahead.
The Legend is still,
Yeah,
moving.
she's holding ahead there.
Yeah.
No falling off there.
Legend is not falling off, and she's definitely not going to let Courageous get in a favoring position over her. That's why she's turned back, on that starboard tack. It's the skill of these captain and the bowman. They have to be able to determine what is going on the race course, what is best for them, not to throw themselves out of the race and maintain their position.
Legend is about to cross Courageous.
Yep.
There you go.
Rough Justice is moving pretty good.
On Rough Justice, I think she went deeper than the Legend, so she was securing a cut on the Courageous also.
Yeah, the Rough Justice is really sailing. The question is, does she have enough? Does she has enough to
Yes, I think she
Make it
does.
ground on the legend.
Because she was higher than the legend. I mean, she's going to deal with Courageous. There we go.
Yes, he's gone across the courageous. So it's the legend in first, rough justice in second, and the courageous in third. The positions have not changed.
Red Sky and Red Stripe. I'd be able to say, be corrected, silent partner. They are chugging across, making a run in the trail of the legend.
This is, Luke, this has been a very competitive, series from Saturday, yesterday, and today. And I'm so happy. Up until this point, we have not had a single protest in any of the classes. So that is great that the skippers are following the rules. So that is good for the sport. You obey the rules and don't get yourself in a position whereby points can be taken away from you.
Indeed. I see silent partner decided that she would lay back and go with the courageous further east and to lay on that track. But that legend is powering and locking down. She's close to what I would say putting a headlock on this race.
Yeah, she has a vice grip on this race right now. It'd be tough to get it away from her the way she's sailing.
She have a minimum of 2 more tacks for this at this point in time. I would say a minimum of 2 tacks now before she can come back. If you do one over there, yeah, probably 1 to 2 tacks and then
she's right at the marker. So, ladies and gentlemen, the positions have not changed for the time being. Just to keep you all up to abreast of what's happening, the legend now is coming back.
He's coming back, but he's under the marker. Or he's coming back because Courageous is coming, storming from the east, across. And Courageous is well out to sea. So this is the critical moment of this particular leg now. And the legend is smoking. She's really making a statement on this run on this leg.
Yeah, she's making a statement on this leg.
She's under the buoy also, but she comes back quickly because she didn't want to allow rough justice in, neither courageous. So she's going to cut rough justice momentarily. Here she goes. She cut rough justice.
Yes, she cut rough justice.
But she's well under the marker. Now she wants to go and position herself in front of Courageous, who's coming up there now. So I don't think you're going to see the legend's going to push that envelope, push that until he's releasing rough justice to go and secure Courageous.
Yeah, I think the way it looks now, Courageous is pretty close to becoming the second boat right now if rough justice doesn't tap.
He's coming down now. He heard you. And rough justice wasn't going to attack unless she's sure she's on top or higher than the legend, but she's behind.
I think the Courageous probably has taken over the second position on that tack. Well, let's see what happens.
That's going to be a big conversation, y'all. Courageous is pointing towards the yacht. That big yacht in the middle and Legends coming across. So when they attack, they both will be on, but everybody has to come back again.
But I think we need to watch the
Legend
position between the new Courageous and the rough justice.
Yeah.
It looks like Courageous is threatening to take the second, position from the rough justice.
That's why he
not
went
as
deep.
yet, Not as yet, folks. So
I think the legend might soon, soon lay back on Courageous.
well,
So the course,
she's cut the Courageous, and I think she has a comfort. She's done that very, comfortably. Cut the
and
Courageous.
the rough justice
so
is
she
in
has-
position now if she pushes to cut the Courageous also.
Yeah, I said the Courageous has made up a little, time on the rough justice. Let's see whether or not how close she can come to the rough justice. But it looks as if the rough justice actually has her.
We have advantage
Yeah.
to rough justice.
The rough justice has cut her. Courageous put up a gallant fight, but she
And
couldn't
now the legend would come back.
overtake the rough justice there. She did gain some ground on the rough justice, but not enough to cut her.
And the legend lays back again.
Yeah, the legend is laying back because she's now laying back for the marker.
I mean, not neglecting anybody. You have Ed Sky and the silent partner over in the cove, going up in the Foxhill Creek. And in behind, on top of them, is the good news. So just to keep you abreast of all vessels.
Yeah. We don't want to let you know that we don't keep you abreast of the three boats that are jostling, for the first position up here. That's where the race seems to be at the moment. But also, the race in the back, with those boats, we're going to also try to keep you abreast of what's happening in the back of the fleet also.
For those on the shoreline, if the screen doesn't have it, the Courageous is up there, but she has to pass that marker by quite a distance and come back again. So she's approaching, she's about to pass the marker, and that's the marker that the legend has lined up, coordination
on the bow,
locked
yeah.
on.
I think the Courageous has realized now that, hey, use me trying to bait the rough justice into another tack. I'm going to go as far as I can and go to the buoy on that one tack.
But I think Courageous has 2 more tacks now.
Yeah, it looks as if she has 2 more tacks, depending on how far she continues on that leg.
And the legend is going to be very close to that marker when she passes it, because she's well above Courageous.
And the rough justice.
Right.
Well, folks, there it is. We're trying to keep you all abreast of what's happening out at sea there, in terms of where the boats are. I can tell you, the new legend is leading by a very comfortable margin, and we don't see any change in that right now.
Coming out of Foxhill Creek, you have Ed Sky trying to put a number on the silent partner. So they ran very deep, so they should be on the track. But whoever comes on that track must still go beyond the marker. I see the legend is approaching now. She passed the marker, but not right on the marker, so she's going to go quite a distance over.
Yeah,
also.
she has to go a couple more seconds before she turned back for the marker. But she can afford to do that because she has a pretty good lead on the rest of the fleet.
She has quite a way to go, and Courageous also has quite a way to go.
Mm-hmm.
And what Rough Justice is trying to do is poke even harder, like she's not moving, to see if she can pass the marker even closer than the legend did just now. So the legend has long passed the marker. Courageous has long passed the marker. Courageous is down in the hole. And as we look on Ed Sky and silent partner working their way across, good news is also coming out of Foxhill, the creek coming over. And the legend is really, really powering. The legend is really, really powering.
Yeah, she's really, really moving fast. So, ladies and gentlemen, we still have the legend in first place. The Rough Justice in second place. The New Courageous in third place. And I would think the fourth place boat would be the
Ed Sky.
Ed Sky, followed by the Silent Partner, and then the Good News.
What looks good is that the Rough Justice sort of passed the marker closer than the Legend, right? But she still has to go quite a distance beyond.
Yeah. See, that tells you the lead that the Legend has, and that she can, in fact, do that and still come back and turn that mark ahead of the Rough Justice.
But what we can also do is give some credit to the race coordinators who laid out the track, the course.
The course, oh yeah, beautiful course.
Yep.
The thing about these courses, you don't want a course whereby these boats can sail straight to the marker. You want to set a course whereby they can beat to get to the marker, and that tests the skills of the skippers and the bowman. And as you've seen in this race,
Legend is talking now.
all of these boats have tacked about 3 or 4 times
Right.
in order to get to the windward mark, and so that's the way the race should be set up.
And most definitely, this should be the marker time for the Legend.
yeah.
Everybody, that's the big white structure, just tack. And now that should be the run for the marker.
Yeah, not just one straight race to the marker, because that's not exciting. The exciting thing is to test the skill of these skippers, use their skill and experience to get to the windward marker.
I told
And
you, look
these-
out for Rough Justice.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
telling you, Rough Justice passed the marker a bit closer. So she
Oh,
tacks
wow.
in front of. She tack in front of the Legend.
Wow, folks, we look like we missed one here.
No, I told you, look
Yeah.
out, she passed it very
On a higher
very
plane.
close. On a
than
higher
the
plane.
Legend. Let's wait and see. This is interesting. These
And she
tacks.
has the marker. She has it. And she has a good distance.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hold it. Let's hold it. Let's see.
And just like that, there she is charging
What
the
tack
marker.
and-
I don't know if the screen can show it.
Yeah, she's challenged the Legend, and she's out. It looks as if she's outsailed the Legend on attack. Now let's
Yes,
see.
when she went deep.
She went deep, and the Legend perhaps wasn't paying attention to the Rough Justice.
She's paying attention to Courageous.
She's paying attention to Courageous, and now they let the Rough Justice get away.
And now, I myself cannot live it down because
Wow.
Josh and Hitler said they were going to do it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
And Mr. Big Ben Cartwright said this one is for him.
we got the Rough Justice coming ahead of the Legend at the windward marker.
So-
Wow.
Big upset. Big upset.
Well, hold it.
Big
Seth.
upset.
Hold it, Luke. We can't say upset until the fat lady sings. Big upset not yet, Luke. We got to wait and see what happens, with the Legend. The Legend is still sailing fast.
Oh, man, but the Legend, Mark Knowles on the tiller, on the big
Well,
man, Josh on the
you
bow.
see, Mark Knowles has the experience and skill to know what to do. The question here, what happens is that you have to be able to read the wind and see what's going on. And Mark Knowles, on that tack, was able to go higher.
Right.
And the Legend did not watch him to come back and cover him. And Mark Knowles and the Rough Justice has taken the lead. So that's why this is a very exciting race. That is very interesting. You see, in a split second, if you're not looking at what you're doing, you're not reading the wind, you can lose your position.
Legend has to tack again for the marker.
Yeah, she has to tack again for the marker, so the Legend has made some tactical errors just now. And even then, the Ed Sky, is getting close to her also. I don't know what's happening there.
Okay, yeah. Somebody had to give way.
Yeah, well, it's port and starboard.
And now the
And the
Legend
starboard boat has the right of way.
The Legend has to hurry up back now because she'd fall in the hands of the Courageous coming. So the Legend's now making another approach to her landing around on marker. That's what's going on.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we have some really exciting news going out here on the course. The first boat to the second windward marker was the Rough Justice, and believe it or not, the third boat, the second boat is the Ed Sky in front of the Legend. she had started on the legend, and the legend had to tack. I think the legend made some tactical error on that lay that she was going on.
Now she's standing still trying to get started, and
Yes,
the
she's trying
Courageous is storming in on her.
Yeah. The legend, something is, she's not firing right now.
She had to tack too quickly again, and that's the big thing is between those two boats coming together. The two that look at the end, one is the legend, that's the Courageous, breathing heavily down his or her neck or back. So that's what's going on.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, big upset.
Folks, you know, my colleague here is saying big upset. You know, I'm always pretty cautious as to the big upset because it's not over until the fat lady sings. Now, what you have here,
the legend on the back and the Courageous.
The Courageous has now sailed the legend down. But we have a pretty good tight corner here between the legend and the Courageous. The Courageous is barely gonna make the marker. But the two leading boats now, ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, my colleagues like to say big upset. You got the Rough Justice, and believe it or not, the Ed Sky.
If the Rough Justice holds on to this victory, the world cannot contain Mark Knowles and Ben Cartwright and the big Josh. Because Josh is going to say he called the shot, and Hitler's going to say, but I had the tiller. And Ben is going to say, I was the CEO and I designed it. But
boy.
It's not over yet, but they're looking good. And that's the way it goes.
Well, right now, the Chick Channy is leading this race. The Rough Justice sailing for Andrews. And the story goes that if you go to Andrews and you see the Chick Channy and you smile at the Chick Channy is going to eat you. So it looks as if the Chick Channy is going to eat these rest of the boats today. Let's see what happens.
Well,
so you have the Rough Justice leading, followed by Ed Sky, who's sailing for New Providence. But this is very interesting.
That's going to be a dog fight with the legend and the... and believe it or not, I would not say it. You say it, please, you audience, you beach sailors. This is going to be something to see with the legend and the Courageous putting on a betting clinic on each other coming down here.
But I think the boat that we should focus on right now is the Rough Justice. The number of tacks she did to put herself in that position to snatch the lead from the legend. The legend had a very comfortable lead on all of the fleet. And I don't know what happened with those tacks that the legend was making up there. But the legend, the Rough Justice came back and just snatched the lead from her on that tack, that last tack she did.
And snatched it cleanly.
So, folks, we have a change in leadership here. It's the Rough Justice sailing for Andrews and the Chick Channies. And you have the legend and the Courageous fighting for the second position right now.
Ed Sky's in that mix also, she's up there.
I'm sorry, Ed Sky is in second place. My apology to Ed Sky. She's sailing for New Providence. So we have it, Rough Justice first, Ed Sky second, and the legend and the Courageous are fighting for the third position out here, ladies and gentlemen.
And I think those two are fighting for more than that because the war was on for those two from the best of the best. So that's really going to be tight for those two coming in here.
Yeah. So, folks, we probably made a little oversight here. We wasn't paying too much attention to the Rough Justice and attacks that she was making. And also we were looking at the legend because the legend had a very big lead on this fleet. And those tacks that the Rough Justice has done, she's put herself in a position whereby she's cut the legend going to the windward marker, and she's now in the lead. Not only did the Rough Justice cut the legend, Ed Sky also cut the legend on that tack. And so now you have the legend and the Courageous jockeying in for the third position.
And that means a lot to both of them.
Oh, that means a lot to both of them. But the thing it is, I'm surprised a little bit. I shouldn't use the word surprise because I want to give Ed Sky their due. They sailed themselves in this position, and they deserve the credit for it.
Remember, I said their normal routine is to go all the way into Foxhole Creek and come
Right.
out everybody's
Yeah.
mind, and then it comes in.
Yeah.
But
So
we did mention that Rough Justice passed that marker much closer
much
than
higher,
Legend.
on higher
on
plane,
higher
yeah,
plane than Legend.
than the Legend. And I don't know why the Legend didn't see that the Rough Justice was building up on her on that tack. And she allowed the Rough Justice to get in that position and take the lead. Now, this is a very long bed.
Indeed.
And the Legend, in terms of strategy and sail-wise, the Legend has the advantage in terms of sail on all of these boats.
But
So let's see whether or not the Legend perhaps can bet herself back in contention here.
okay, but she has a big sail, but she's battling with the Courageous, who also has a matching sail.
Yeah, well, the Courageous has a matching sail, but I think the Legend still has a slight advantage on the sail part of it. But the two boats that don't have the sail that the Legend and the Courageous have, the Rough Justice and the Ed Sky.
Right.
But they are the two boats in the lead right now.
Yes,
But ladies and gentlemen, we want to be cautious, and we're not going to make any prediction. We're not going to say who the fat lady's going to sing for until we actually know who the fat lady's going to sing for. But I can tell you, the fat lady right now is warming up, and it looks as if she might be warming up for the Rough Justice.
Right, that's Simeon on the Pride and the Rough Justice.
But now what has happened, the wind has dropped off. As the wind continues to drop off, and when that happens, I think that favors, the Legend to a certain extent with that bigger sail. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. They're coming down. They're coming towards you. And there should be some exciting fans in Andrews right now because the Chickchani has the lead. And, rightly so. They've sailed a masterful race. And so they deserve to be in the position that they're in right now.
So as you can see, as you said, the Legends are trying to put a number on
Ed Sky.
Yep.
The Legend more than likely would, in fact,
But Ed Sky is putting across.
bad the Ed Sky, but I'm not saying that would be the case.
That's a battle. Those two going to end up
That's
somewhere.
the battle of those two.
Yeah.
So, you see, if the Legend want to pass the Ed Sky now, she has to pass in 3 boats on the starboard or the port side. So she just can't try to bet her and try to pass her because the Ed Sky would not allow that to happen.
Right. I can see the Legends releasing going in accordance
Well,
with the
not
stream.
quite frankly, she's not releasing it. It's just that Ed Sky is putting herself in a position whereby she can watch the Legend and make a determination as to when to come back and make sure the Legend doesn't pass her. But she's playing with a little hot potato there with the Legend and that big sail.
So we are getting our money's worth, ladies
Yeah.
and gentlemen.
And believe it or not, Luke, the Legend is making up some grounds here.
Indeed.
The Legend is making up some ground. So like I said, I'm always cautious and say it's not over until the fat lady sings.
Yeah, and also you have Courageous. Courageous is right there close on the Legend also.
Also, yeah, Courageous is close also.
And that would be Legend went for free air, but you have the red stripe, but not impeding, but
yeah,
not the red stripe. They're silent partner.
So what they've done now, they've given the Legend an opportunity to get back in this race. Right now, if you look at what's going on there, Luke? The Legend seems to be the boat that is bedding faster than all of them.
Yes, but the rough justice has a relaxed thing going on. They're having a little conversation, relaxing. And what's going on now is the silent partner. The silent partner is covering Courageous very heavily. You know, like just like in the wind path.
The rough justice has sort of falling off a little bit right now. I don't know what's going on with her.
No, he's not falling off. He's gonna do that and just pull in a little more of that sheet to apply a little more juice coming through the line.
She's gonna pull in her main. She's gonna pull in her boom and then just shoot around the marker. Let's see what she does. She's the closest boat to the marker right now.
Yeah.
The rough justice.
She's comfortable.
Yeah. I think Ed Sky is probably sealing herself away from the marker and giving the Legend an opportunity to get in there. But the Courageous is steadily sailing straight to the marker.
Ed Sky is going to make another cross soon to force in there. And what's going on is that the silent partner is not disturbing, but really putting it hard on the Courageous.
Yeah, the silent partner right now looks
She's
as if
right on his tail.
They're taking some of her air.
Yeah, they're taking air. They're smothering her a bit.
Smothering her a little bit. But she's still moving. The Courageous is still moving. Here comes, the rough justice. The boat that is much closer to the market than all the others.
Okay,
so, folks, we got a little dandy going on. It's not over yet. We got a dandy going on here.
Okay, do we have two markers or do they spice the marker in the committee boat?
Well, we need to see what the committee's going to do. I'm not too sure this is the last lap. It would appear to be, but I'm not too sure.
It looks like
they all have now separated. They're all getting their own air. So it's going to determine who can bed the fastest right now.
And so the silent partner has released the Courageous, who's trailing the Legend. And those two are speaking to each other now. Big conversation.
Yep.
But I think advantage Legend at this point. Advantage Legend.
Yeah, the Legend has the slight advantage at this point. Well, Mark Knowles Hitler has sailed a masterful race so far. Let's see he can bring the Legend, the rough justice across the finish line. And it looks as if the rough justice crew already beginning to celebrate.
That's well, I can understand, Mr. Big Band
Yes.
Cartwright.
The rough justice, ladies and gentlemen, has taken the A-class.
And the war is coming now with Legend and Courageous.
The Chick Channy sailing out of Andrews has done it for Andrews, the big yard. The Chick Channy in the big yard.
So where did Ed Sky go in this equation? Is she still ahead of Legend?
It doesn't appear so. It looks as if because
she stepped away and just let the
Yeah.
Courageous and Legend do their battle.
Yeah. It looks at right between the Ed Sky and Legend right now. Advantage Legend from our standpoint. Right now, that's the way it looks.
Yeah, Courageous is a bit behind both of those.
Yeah, Courageous. It looks as if the Legend is going to get in ahead of the Courageous. And Ed Sky.
Now, Legend has to give Ed Sky some buoy room.
No, if there's an overlap, Ed Sky got to give the Legend buoy room if there's an overlap here.
There are two markers now. They both should be trucking across now.
Yeah.
But Ed Sky doesn't
So clearly,
have a clear entrance.
clearly, the legend will come ahead of the courageous. And here comes Ed Sky. Ed Sky looks as if she might, see, the legend might sneak the second in here.
Yes, she did.
Yes, the legend. From my vantage point, it looks as the legend has come back on the bed and eclipsed,
How did Courageous get there?
the courageous is there also. Oh boy, the committee we have 3 boats coming in almost neck and neck. So we can't call this one, ladies and gentlemen. We got to wait and see
That's a dandy.
what the committee is going to say, because
That's how we want to finish.
Yeah, that's how we want to finish. There's 3 boats coming in. But it looks like the Ed Sky still has a slight advantage. Ed Sky, legend, and courageous. That's what it looks to me.
Ed Sky.
Looked like she pulled off the second.
Ed Sky and Legend.
Third.
Yeah.
And courageous. And fourth.
That's how we
Ladies,
want to fish.
we up in the broadcasting booth looking at the cameras. And from our vantage point, it looks to be Rough Justice first, Ed Sky second, the Legend third, and the new Courageous fourth. But these are unofficial results, ladies. Don't write them down as gospel. But I do think you can write down as gospel that the fat lady sang for the Rough Justice, the Chick Chaney, and Andres this afternoon.
Skippered by Mark Knowles.
Skippered by Mark Knowles, the veteran skipper out of Mangrove Bush, Long Island.
The big bowman Josh Knowles and the big CEO Ben Cartwright.
Yeah. So this has been an exciting race. The legend was leading throughout until the Rough Justice, out of nowhere, made several tacks, got on top of the legend, cut her, and beat her to the windward mark on this last lap.
Oh, it's going to be hard.
And not only did the Rough Justice beat her, also Ed Sky, which is amazing. So, but nevertheless, it's been an exciting race. And kudos to all the boats who've sailed throughout this series. We haven't had one single protest, and I'm so happy with that. We didn't have to put the protest committee to work, so they were loafing. So I'm happy with that, because the boats have followed the rules and they've sailed clean races throughout.
We have the silent partner coming through.
Silent partner coming through in 5th position. And she's sailing for Grand Bahama. So, the Chick Chaney and Crabs and Andrews are celebrating and having a ball right now, and rightly so. They have an opportunity to celebrate because their boat came across the finish line first. Silent partners across, and so the 6th place boat will be the Good News, sailing for Bimini and the Berry Islands.
And that would be the Marlins.
And that would be, the Marlins. The Chick Chaney, the Marlins. The Sheep Runners. The Navigators. And then you have the Grand Bahama.
Arawaks.
And Arawaks. And one more boat we need to, would be the New Providence.
That's
Eleuthera. Eleuthera
Adventurous.
Is Ed Sky sailing for New Providence.
Mm-hmm.
The Buccaneers.
There you go.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Okay, as we watch the Good News come through, I will close on saying, as the junior on this program, thanks for the invitation to Mr. Danny Strawn. I say thank you to the participation and the cooperation we had from sailors, owners, skippers, vendors, the bathroom cleaners, the space cleaners, all in the movie group. Oh man, a lot of persons, but Mr. Strawn will do that a bit. I just want to say thank you, and you were all good fans, and let us continue to support and be a part of this history-making national sport.
Yep.
I'm signing out.
Yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen,
Big upset. Big upset.
Yes, he finally got the fat lady to sing Big Upset. Luke, you finally got one. So, and it's the Chit Channy, the Rough Justice, and Ed Sky, first and second. The Legend third, and the New Courageous fourth, the Silent Partner fifth, and the Good News sixth. So it's been an exciting series from Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. We've had some clean races. We hope you enjoyed, the competitive spirit of the sailors, because they're the ones who actually make this all happen. They're the stars of this show, the boat owners and the skippers. And they're the ones who, in Montague Bay, thrilled us with all the exciting races we've had, over the past 3 days. So we need to give all of them a rousing round of applause. And in the background, we have, as Luke said, we have Moby, the Moby group, who's been here with us for the past 3 days, keeping the nation and also probably the international community informed of what's going on here, and particularly our family of islands. Even though many of them couldn't get down here to be physically here in New Providence, but they were still watching all the excitements that these boats brought to them over the past 3 days. So we want to thank Moby for the excellent job they've done. And the thing it is, we're grateful for them coming out and doing this. And all the background people, the race committee who set some very excellent, exciting course. No one boat could have run away with the course. No bedding straight to the marker. They set courses that the boat had to tack and beat and earn the right to get to the windward marker. And also we have in the background the team of our pay mistress who doing all the administrative work, and Sandy and Clyde and Stafford on the race course, making sure that we have all the scores correct and that the boat that wins deserve to win. And I can tell you, so far, in terms of the gold medal, we figured that, we think in Class C, the gold medal will go to Sassy Sue, sailing for the sheep runners of Long Island, and the new Chase in Class B. Also, the sheep runners will get the gold in the B class, and we'll look to see what happens in the A class. So we'll have to tally the points there before we make a prediction in the A class. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you. It's been a good one, and thank you for coming. Stay around and support the vendors.
Can we have that national anthem?
About the preacher, it is true anyhow. When the steamer haul round the point, them girls can change their mind. Oh baby, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Oh baby, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Oh baby, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Oh baby, don't cry, don't cry. When Llewellyn lap round the point, them girls can change their mind. Oh baby, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Oh baby, right now let me tell you something, people. Whatever you're at,